Charging battery. Charging battery.
evening. Hopefully everything is working. Woo! Man. Excuse me. Alright. How are we all? Hello, chat. Why is my camera in such a weird spot? Hi! Look what I found. Found my stupid dwarf ring, finally. This is going back into the cabinet. In a minute. Oh. It is good to be home, I gotta say. It's gonna be a minute before we hop into Total War Warhammer, just because I have to revert my build back to the live build. For obvious reasons. Professor Pone. Professor Pone, I finally figured out who you were on Twitter. I was wondering who wrote that weird comment. Oh, it's so good to see you all again. Let's go down a hello thing, and real quick, here's some Chloe action for you. Chloe, hey, look, say hi to chat. She knows I have Nilla wafers over here on the desk, so you might hear dog noises as she's gonna try and get some. Yeah, I see you. We've got Anthony Strikling, Selkuk Akaya, Hugh Gedley, Gab Klinger, Anthony Strickling. I already said that. We've got Kashidij Dave, Reptile King, good to see you. Black Feathers. We've got Professor Pone, Nermanex the Ancient, Hugh Gedney, Chris Lofton, Nick C, Christopher Knupp, Nathaniel Taylor, Jiffe, one of those, 100, Dacklemore, good to see you. Lord Wench, your friendly neighborhood Sturls, Queek Headtaker, Skylar Martin, Ziggy6314, Noah Johnston, good to see you. Thanks, man, I appreciate the nice words. I've heard nothing but lovely things. People saying stuff since I got back. Greg Farius, one of those. I think that's everybody that's commented so far. Nathan Marer. Oh, Swiss Bank. Okay. Eric Bryant. I think that's everybody that commented so far. Juan Miguel Carrasco. There we go. Lucas Lara. Call me chubby. Yeah, I was looking. So when I stream from home, I stream on top of my screen to me, so it's a little bit down. CA they put a camera on a little thing on like near the floor and it points up, which is better for skinny people, really bad for fat people. If you couldn't tell, not my most flattering angle. Was that my first trip to the UK? No, but it was my first. That was my second trip to the UK, but it was my first trip to CA. Did I steal Janet's amazing boots? No, because those boots are garbage compared to my boots. Lord Winch donating $14.22 says, welcome back, Lord Dad. Oh, thanks. Y'all want to see my boots? Chat, you want to see my boots? Hold on. Let me get my boots. One sec. Excuse me, dog. Move. Move. Let me show you what real boots look like. I am tall, that's true. You thought I said boobs? No, no, no. Janet's boots were all they were girls' boots. They're all fancy and goofiness. These are boots. Functional, high quality, durable, good for any terrain. Boots. Real cowboy boots. Authentic cowboy boots. I got those as a graduation present. As a Brit, I'm curious, what food from England did you like and dislike? I actually really liked all the cuisine I had. We had a lot of pub food. I had some burgers that were better than I was expecting. I had Thai food for the first time, and that was great. Yeah, we ate a bunch of Asian food. But to be frank, most of the time we ate, it was so fast and furious that most of the time we were eating, it was like I hadn't eaten in hours, and there was so much walking. I didn't have time to like really worry about flavor. How big is my hype boner for Prophet in the Warlock, or just the Prophet? Big for both. It's an amazing DLC, guys. It's so kick-ass. I do not have enough nice words for how good of a DLC it is. Which reminds me, one second, chat. Let me check to make sure this is a thing before I say it. Oh, yeah. So, if you go down into the description of this live chat, which if we have any mods here, if y'all could say this a lot, I'd appreciate it. But if you check the, if you check beneath the, I remember there's always a pain in the ass in posting this. But if you check the description beneath the live stream, you can actually go to fanatical.com using the link that I have there. You have to make sure to use that link. And you can get Prophet in the Warlock 20% off. Not that measly 10% off that Steam offers, but 20% off. And you'll help support me in the stream. So if you want to pick up Prophet and the Warlock for cheaper than you would by just buying it on Steam like a pleb, then be sure to be sure to check that out. Why? I don't understand why I can't post fanatical links on YouTube. I'll just spam it in the Discord. Pick up Prophet and the Warlock 20% off and help me make a little money while you save money using this link. Boop. I'll post that on Twitter later. You gotta save every penny, man. Every penny. Did I question them on the No, I'm not really that tied down to the Troglodon. I like the Troglodon as much more than most people actually, even though it was absolute garbage and nobody used it in tabletop. But I have faith. I don't have any evidence, but I have faith that we'll get it eventually. It's not in this DLC, but it's a really good DLC. I'm not gonna lose my shit every time they don't like maximize the rosters on DLCs. You only have so much space you can work with, and I'm really happy with what we're getting. Yeah, Tyrone Marsh, do you have a... Could you post... Does someone have a link to that? I don't know when they're doing the free LC reveal. Tyrone says they're doing it tomorrow during the Twitch stream. We'll see. Salamanders are ranged? Yeah. Yeah, salamanders are a ranged unit. Yeah. I mean, they can fight melee decently, but yeah. Justins are a good boot brand. Justins are a kick-ass boot brand. Why didn't we get any giant rat packs? I don't know. Infinite. I'm not a dev. I'm not a developer. I was just there for a while. I don't know why. I mean, it seems like it was a Clan Scryer themed DLC. That's probably why. I'm still really hoping that eventually we'll get like a Clan Molder themed DLC. But y'all, we're gonna have to be patient. Why is Janet called Janet? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. They said it during the Everchosen in chat. Oh, okay. Well then, find out who the free LC Lord is tomorrow. You won't have to wait long. Boop. Thanks, Tyrone. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Now, I bet the free Lord will be in the Lizardman faction. Well, I know it is a lizard man. They showed that on the free LC array. But hey, nobody leaked it. Yay! That's good. Dogbird didn't get in trouble this Everchosen. Even though last time he didn't actually leak anything, he just made a really stupid joke. How are the rattling guns? They are really strong. Granted, any thoughts or opinions that I have on the DLC are based on the build used for the Everchosen, and I can already tell you for a fact that there are changes to that build between that and live. Like, I know of at least one unit that has a change, like a dramatic change. So keep in mind that the DLC might be slightly different than you saw on... Not, like, majorly, but there might be minor differences multiplayer performance-wise between what you saw in the DLC, or what you saw in the Everchosen and live. What's my favorite unit / lord on the DLC? Tenant 1. Tenant 1 was amazing. Is amazing. When will we get 8 peaks? As soon as it's done. That's the only answer I'm ever going to give. How was the rate of fire on the rattling guns? They showed up during a game. I was surprised not that many people took them, but they are pretty hard to protect. But their rate of fire is fucking ridiculous. Like, it blocks out the screen almost with green. Just bullets flying like crazy. Did I get to try the Doomsphere in campaign? I cannot comment on... I'm only going to comment on things that were shown during the Everchosen. That's what I'm gonna do. Fine then, keep your secrets. Yeah, anything that was not shown explicitly, like in multiplayer during the Everchosen, I can't talk about. Sorry, guys. I'm not gonna risk breaking NDAs. Y'all just have to wait until the embargoes for YouTubers. How fast do Rattling Gunners run out of ammo? Not that fast. Not that fast. If you can protect them, they will keep firing for a long time. What unit do I like the most in a multiplayer aspect? Salamanders. I think Salamanders are one of the strongest new units. I just think a lot of the Everchosen guys didn't have time to really get to know them, get familiar with them as well. And they're a little spooky to use because they don't have a skirmish stance, so you have to manually control them to like keep them backing away from oncoming units. They won't do it automatically. And because of that, if your micro isn't really good, they're hard to use. So a lot of people, I think, didn't want to risk using them. But I legitimately think they're one of the strongest new Lizardman units. How many demons are there in the Realm of Chaos? More than you or I could probably count. At least billions. At least. Ripperdactyl thoughts, true glass cannons. I would not be surprised if Ripperdactyls change a little bit between the Everchosen build and the live build. But yeah, they're pretty heavy glass cannons. But they can fuck. Oh, I can curse now. This is my stream. I'm the boss now. I can curse as much as I want. We weren't allowed to curse when we were there. That's why I had the moment where I was like, they don't give two dangs. How about a non-specific yes or no? Was the free LC Lord in your build? I don't even know what that means, but I'm literally like I know some people like to play a little coy with the concept of NDAs. I am not one of those people. I am not gonna give any hints. I'm not gonna give any ideas. I'm not gonna give like a hot or cold. Nothing about stuff that's NDA'd. Why didn't I stash Professor Pone in your suitcase? Because I think Professor Pone's too big. And also, he has, like, a job that he has to go to. I don't even know... And Pone lives, like, halfway across the states anyway. How are Skaven created? Long story short, there was the religious capital of Myrmidia's cult, which was a really powerful city called Kasvar. They got really lazy, and they started giving into... It's a Tower of Babel story, but it's retold in a Warhammer way. And it was a city where men and dwarves worked together, but they started to get lazy, and a lot of other nastiness happened, and their ambitions were too grand. And in exchange for finishing a tower built to the heavens to honor the gods that they could not finish because they lacked the ability and desire to do it, they allowed a mysterious stranger to finish it, and he topped it with a giant creepy bell that tolled 13 times, and on the 13th strike, hell got unleashed, and warpstone meteors basically rained from the sky, and the rats got really big, and the Skaven mutated, or the rats ended up slowly but surely mutating into Skaven, and the Skaven murdered and devoured everybody in Kasvar, which became Skaven Blight. Thoughts on changes to summons? Awesome. I love the summon changes. Summons were really overpowered in the current meta. How is the new Bretonnian unit balance? I don't know. I didn't really get to play Bretonia that much. Albric's awesome. I can say that. How would Trogodons have played in battle? I don't know. Probably vaguely similar to the Ancient Salamander. Except for they would do a lot. They would have poison, melee, and ranged attacks. They might also provide you with magic. They might recharge they might give you a bigger power reserve or allow you to pull from your reserve faster to represent the channeling rod. And they would probably have anti-large poisoned spit attacks, and poison melee attacks would be kind of, not the best monster in melee, but decent, cause terror, stuff like that. The Ancient Salamander is kind of a halfway point between a Troglodon and a Salamander pack. I mean, it's like in that ballpark. Do I know anything of a White Lion buff? Alex, I have not seen patch notes. So I don't know anything super crazy or detailed. Merther, I don't know. I literally did not have time to look at a lot of campaign stuff. Go full face cam? I guess we can while we're waiting. Y'all have already seen my... Ooh. Boop. Boop. There we go. Y'all can see the display behind me a little better. Didn't have to make new assets. Well, a Troglodon wouldn't necessarily require a ton of new assets. It would basically be restructuring the skeleton of the Carnosaur, but it would require new animations. And new assets and animations are very, very expensive. I don't think people realize how expensive it is. Do rattling damage guns do a lot of damage? Yes. If you run at a unit of rattling guns and they get to fire off a volley, most units will die. Like, most units and monsters will get killed. But they have very low armor. They're a lot like warp fire throwers. Very low armor, so like archers and other ranged units can punish them and like tear them apart. This isn't Winter Scruff. Winter Scruff is when I don't even pay attention to it and it gets really out of control. My beard starts to curl when it gets too long, which is super annoying. What do I think of how Creative Assembly implemented Lord Croc? They did a fucking fantastic job. A+. A++++++. Lord Croc is awesome. Very, very awesome. Squats, I can't talk about anything they didn't show on stream. Oh yeah, sorry, the lights are reflecting a little badly off the glass. I'll fix that at a later time. I'm not too worried about it. Funny how a lord is going to be a hero and a hero is going to be a lord. Well, that's just the way it goes. In my opinion, how many more DLC do we have left in Warhammer 2? If we're going based on the Warhammer 1 schedule, we have one more DLC left. But I haven't seen anything to indicate that, and it really, I mean, Warhammer 3 pre-production feels like it just started, based on the what are the teams working on threads that Grace has given us a few times. So I don't think Warhammer 3 is anytime super soon. If the Warhammer 2 DLC is going to continue being once every 6 to 7 months, then I think maybe we have 2 DLC left. So I guess 2 is what I would go with right now. Hopefully it gets sped up though, because it's kind of awful. Is the movie Us worth seeing? I don't know. I don't watch horror films. I've heard it's good though. I've heard it's good. Like, it's likable. I haven't heard it's like amazing. I think a lot of people like Jordan Peele's first movie better. Oh yeah, dude, the free for all. I was when we played the free for all, me, Janet, Italian, and Turin. I was crying. I was laughing so hard when I was just dropping the burning alignments on Turin. Turin was sitting there and he saw it and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna dodge it." I was like, "But can you dodge 6?" Spoiler: he could not. Can't dodge 6 laser beams. That was great. I had a ton of fun. Uh, what role is Tenenhuan, duelist or support? In multiplayer, he's a hybrid of a hardcore damage dealer and hardcore support. Because he just gives local poison. Local poison is so deadly, so strong, and you can get Tenenhuan up to a 75% damage resistance. You can give him 20% physical resistance with the Guardian Temple Guard Regiment of Renown. Then you can give him he has an item that gives him a 22% ward save whenever he casts spells. Lord Croak can give him 44% damage resistance with his bubble. And then if you put Tenenhuan on an Engine of the Gods, he gets another 5% damage resistance. So you can get Tenenhuan to resist about 75% damage when he's casting magic. So he can get tanky. Yeah, I mean, Troglodons would have been thematic because they definitely go with the feel of their twin-tailed skinks. So, you know, it makes sense to have them. But they weren't, like, introduced with Tenenhuan. They're not a part of Tenenhuan's story. Tenenhuan is not intrinsically tied to Troglodons. And he doesn't, like, have a... They're not a part of the mythos between the rat and the serpent. The Troglodons actually have a lot more to do with a modern resurgence in the Lizardmen than they do with Sotek. I mean, they're not really related. I mean, they have the twin-tailed motif going on, but they're not red-crested skink intrinsic, you know? So, I mean, I feel like a lot of people get hung up on them for bad reasons. Which FFA was more fun, my 6 space lasers or Turin's 4 giant spires? Space lasers, easily. I need to talk to Eric the Red, because I think I'm going to make a meme based on the FFA. It was really funny. Merthyr, they seem to run as good as they do on my PCs. I've never had a problem running Total War Warhammer 2. Least useful new unit? Least useful. Probably... I think the most difficult one to use are the Ripperdactyls. They are very difficult to use right. They do a ton of damage, but they're super vulnerable. So if you goof up, they'll just die. So I think for most people, they're going to have a hard time. Did me and Turin have an iron out when the next Who Would Win will be? No, but it'll be soon. I already have the matchups. I just need Turin to get off his butt and help me record it. Well, I don't need his help, but I want him to, you know, be a part of it. Most badant? Dacklemore, did you mean most badass? Most badass new unit are the Doomflayers. Doomflayers they're so fun. I was talking about frames per second. I mean, I can run Total War Warhammer easy on 60 frames. I don't usually run my stream at 60 frames because when I play Vermintide, it doesn't do well. But any hopes on Gorgons in the future? I don't know. What GPU do I have? I'd have to look. I don't have it off the top of my head. Is the Arc of Sotek Bastillodon good? Yes. It gives you a localized poison buff. Or, it does poison to anybody that's stuck in it. That's an enemy. It doesn't affect allies. It only affects enemies. Does poison damage. It's not good against armored units. So, like, if you use it against Chosen, it's not going to do anything but give them the poison debuff, which is good. But if you use it on something that doesn't have armor, like Swordsman, Flagellants, Beastmen, most Beastmen units, it will do a ton of damage. What are we waiting for? I'm waiting for Warhammer to finish updating so I can play it. Does the Stegodon or does the Burning Alignment hit friendlies? It can damage friendlies if you target it wrong. You can see that happen when I played Duck. Hugh, good luck with that. Who do I prefer, Jess Goodwin or John Blanched? I don't know who either of those people are. Am I satisfied with how CA implemented the Ark of Sotek? Yes, very much so. The fact that the Swarm actually appears in game, I was so happy. Like, literally, guys, that made me really, really happy. I did not think they were going to do that. I thought they were going to do it like what they did with the Bat Swarms and the Tomb Swarms and stuff, where, like, you could get them in game, but their representation was, like, not that great. What role do the red-crested skinks play? Cheap armor piercing. That's fast. A+ DLC? A+ DLC. Absolutely. Prophet and the Warlock is a hard A+ from me. I'm going to do a review video on all the information they've put out and all that stuff tomorrow. Obviously, it's not going to include any information that I may or may not have that isn't public. Because, you know, NDAs. But the game comes out relatively soon. And it comes out relatively soon. And so the YouTuber embargo is going to drop pretty soon. So y'all will have more details before you know it. You just need just a little more patience. We're almost there, guys. If I had to guess which race will they add next, I don't know, fish people. Guessing what they're going to do next has been very fruitless for me, because I've usually been wrong. Did I manage to visit Warhammer World in Nottingham all in England? No. Dudes, I had no time. I like, let me be clear that when I was there, like, we were going. There was something to do all the time. There was no time for just fucking around. Will I do a lore-friendly playthrough for Prophet once it's released? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're probably going to do, like, a legendary, loreful 10-1 playthrough. Yeah. I've been waiting. Does putting 10-1 to Southeast Lustria for Mortal Empires make it too claustrophobic, or does it make it more fun? It's not that bad. Like, you're surprisingly far away from... Like, you're further away than you think from Skrulk, Teclis, and Felhart. But I'm not a super big fan of his starting position in Mortal Empires, to be honest. That's not where I would have put him. Didn't we all get pissed Saturday night? Do you mean drunk? I mean, there was drinking, but it wasn't like crazy, and I don't drink. My family and alcohol don't mix very well, so I just don't. I've never drank, and I'm never going to. Do I think the Free LC Lord will have a start position outside Lustria? Maybe. There's a lot of empty space in Lustria, and there's a lot of empty space in the Southlands. So he could easily go to any of those. I want a Chakwa start for 10-1. That could be good. I mean, personally, I would have put him further west. I would have liked Tenenhuan to start in I would have liked Tenenhuan to take over the Sentinels of Chetty. Or Zeddy, whatever you want to call him. Eric, I appreciate the kind words, man. If it's up to me, I would much rather cast the Everchosens than play in them. It's a little too much stress, playing wise. I don't like playing in the Everchosen that much. Would be nice for Crockar to have a buddy. Yeah, that's true. Poor Teclis all by himself. Well, Ewer, if you're playing Tenenhuan, Teclis is actually probably going to be a good ally because he's a high elf, and in Mortal Empires, the high elves actually make for really good allies for the lizardmen. So I actually think for Teclis, it's really good that Tenenhuan is right there because they're going to be buddies, I hope. Especially because there's Undead and Skaven and Dark Elves. Teclis needs a friend and Tenenhuan needs a friend. Thoughts on the Salamanders? I love them. They're adorable. And thank you for the kind words, Spirit Moon. Appreciate it. How high are the chances of Conquata for FLC? Don't seem super high. Based on anything I've heard or seen. Does not seem very high. I think they very deliberately made Albion Chaos Ruins terrain. Do I think the Lizardman meta is now more skink-centered than before? I don't know if it's more skink-centered so much as you now have more skink options. I think is a better way to put it. I apologize the download is taking so long, guys. I should have waited for it to finish before I started the stream, but I wanted to get the stream up and running. So I apologize that it's just us talking. Hopefully y'all are okay with that. When this goes live, I'll be sure to include a link to when gameplay starts. But it's just going to be, like, all I'm doing tonight is achievement hunting, so it's not going to be probably that super exciting anyway. Like, I need to beat a very hard Vortex campaign with Dark Elves, so that's what we're going to do tonight. With Tenenhuan being Zlanhapek, do you think Gorok in Itza is now less likely? Personally, King, I think it's more likely. If they weren't going to do an Itza character, I feel like they would have just put Tenenhuan in Itza, because that seems like a gimme. But they didn't, so I'm feeling like Itza's still open for somebody. They're going to put somebody in Itza. They have to. It's like, that'd be like not putting an Empire character in Altdorf, you know? Itza's literally the biggest Lizardman city. It's the only Lizardman city in the game that has 12 slots. Or 10 slots, however many it is. How would I improve the Beastmen battle-wise? Give them more monsters? They're really good, though, battle-wise, so I don't think they need that many improvements. Beastmen are actually one of the stronger factions. They could maybe use some, like, unique Beastman types, like Zongors, Slongors, Pestigors, and Korngors, to give them a few more interesting options. Like, maybe Korngors could bring more AP to the game, and a higher charge bonus, higher speed. Pestigors could bring, like, a local melee attack debuff. Like, they could use more support role units that have some interesting effects. But, yeah. Oh, Vane Warlord, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Ari Krates. Hexadol has 12 slots too? Okay. Okay, so it's Hexadol and Itza then. Yeah, I saw the turn bingo. We were having a good laugh about it, even though when we were talking about kind of the funny thing was that the turn bingo wasn't really going to be possible because most of the phrases on the turn bingo were like sex related, and turn was like, you know, when we're on stream for a company like CA, we have to explicitly use PG language, so turn couldn't say most of his like catchphrases, so it was a little bit of an impossible bingo. People are upset about Razordons, but Salamanders are filling that niche. How would I give them a new niche? If Razordons were going to have a niche, I would make them like I would make them a lot like Rattling guns. I would have Razordons have really, really high AP ratios and have a very, very fast rate of fire, low range, but I would also give them the suppression skill. So they slow people down when they are shooting at them. And I would probably give them superior combat stats to Salamanders. I think right now Salamanders are pretty strong at range, and they have pretty good weapon strength, but their like melee attack and melee defense are garbage. Like, they're really easy to wail on. I would probably make the Razordons better fighters so that they have a little bit more of a short-ranged hybrid combat role in exchange for them not being quite as strong range-wise. And also, the thing about that thing that would make Razordons a lot different than Salamanders is having the Razordons like rapid fire, like just a lot of bullets really fast. Salamanders have a very slow rate of fire, and their attacks arc, kind of like catapult shots, so they're pretty easy to dodge, and they're just slow as butts, and they're very not accurate. Boop the snoot. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of booping. Unnamed Shadow, I would 100% say the Troglodon dream is not dead. Anyone who says that because a DLC has come out for a group, like, that's it, their dreams are dead, is an idiot, and you should let them know I said that. I encourage you to call people idiots in my name who are freaking out about, like, something missing from the game, because the game's not done yet. There's still plenty of stuff to do and go. Oh, delete this, thanks. Yeah. Dude, when Steam died, Jesus Christ, that was such bad timing. Like, it could have been worse. If it had died during, like, the finals, that would have been way worse. So, I would much rather it have died when it did, if it had to die. But yeah, Europe just, like, Steam-wise, Europe just blacked out. It was awful. Thankfully, I was there. Sotek to the rescue. I think I saw on Reddit, somebody called me, called me Stall Master of Sotek, and I just thought that was the funniest thing. I'm not sure what my favorite comment on Reddit was. There was a lot of really good ones. Does Lord Croc open the door for more legendary heroes? I hope so. I hope so. Because Lord Croc, like, I shouldn't say that. Just know Lord Croc is awesome. And he should open the door for more legendary heroes. But the important thing for that is going to be when Lord Croc comes out, if people love him, people need to make it clear to CA that they want more content like Lord Croc. Where am I from? I live in Texas. I'm from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So I live near Dallas and Fort Worth, which are cities that are so close together that people don't really say they're from Dallas or Fort Worth. They generally say, I'm from DFW. Who is the funniest caster off camera? Probably... If you mean between me, Janet Turner, and Italian, I would probably say Italian is the funniest off camera. But he's also the funniest on camera, so... Go figure. Do I think we'll get Gotrek and Felix or Nagash? I don't know. Both of those are pretty different from Lord Croc. Gotrek and Felix are from a specialist series, whereas Nagash is a little bit more complicated because of his End Times variant. Do any lizardmen have Naga tails instead of feet? No, Christian. There is a race of serpent people who have... they're called the Snake People of Koresh. And so they have, like, the lower bodies of Naga, or snakes, and they're evil. They are super evil. They're a chaos-worshipping race. And they live in the kingdoms of Koresh, the jungle specifically, and they're, like, super sinister. But no, there are no lizardmen that have Naga-like lower bodies. I thought he was called Croak, like somebody croaking. Yes, I say it a little weird. Because I hate puns. So I try and avoid using pun names. Yes, it is Lord Croak. Like a frog croaks, or a dead person has croaked. That's why he's Lord Croak. I say Croc just because it's an old habit. But if you're asking specifically how to pronounce it, it's Croak or Croak. Dress up as Krokgar? I wish I had the ability to do that. Dude, I would have taken my Lizardman sword with me, but it's too big for me to pack. I love the Cult of Sotek's color scheme. Yeah, they have a super sexy color scheme. The Cult of Sotek really gives me hope that we'll get an army painter, like, really, really late in Warhammer 3, like, probably as the last DLC. An army painter would be so nice, but the Cult of Sotek is, like, completely different from the regular Lizardmen color-wise. It's a super bitchin' faction. What's a Naga? Google it. How good did the full Ancient segment with the Angel and the Gods army feel in the FFA? Hilarious. It lost terribly, but it was super fun to play. I must hate Tic-Tac-Toe then. I don't hate him, I just... yeah. I don't like puns. I forgive Tic-Tac-Toe for it, though, because he's a pretty badass character. What are the changes to Rampage? Is it better? Yeah, Rampage is a buff now. It's not a weakness. It's a... You want your units to Rampage. Because when you Rampage now, it gives you a... Rampage gives you a melee attack and charge bonus. So you want to get your units to Rampage. Love your work in this community. It's really cool. Thanks, King Nath the Third. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat donation. The other thing with Rampage is the new skin. If you hate Rampage, then you're probably going to like the new Skink Lords, the Red Crested Skink Lord and Tenenhuan, because they have a area of effect version of Cold Blooded. So they have like a big 40-meter radius that affects all units in it that negates Rampage. So if you really hate Rampage, then you can just take them. How good is the red skink boy on foot as a melee lord? Do you mean the legendary lord, Tenenhuan, or do you mean the generic red crested skink lord? Naga are better than Lizardmen? Change my mind. Okay, Professor Pone, Naga are a bunch of elf bitches who got forcefully transformed into snake people. So they were originally elves, so they suck. Lizardmen were always Lizardmen, therefore superior. Point made. Since Warhammer 1 had 4 races for DLC, what would the last 2 races be in my opinion? The last 2 races? I mean, Southern Realms seems like an option still for Warhammer 2. So like Araby, or Estalia, or Tilia, or Border Princes. Like, I could vaguely see that. Fish people, as much as I keep saying that as a meme, they're technically possible. Amazons are possible. Those are really the only ones left. I can't really think of any other, like, races. Albion, yeah, you could do Albion. How powerful are the forces of chaos in Warhammer Fantasy? They're pretty fucking powerful. I mean, literally the Vortex was created just to nerf chaos, because the thing about chaos is it's unbeatable, except for very, very specific scenarios. Chaos is more like a force of entropy, which it's like, it's not something that you can fight against in the sense to defeat it, except for in very specific circumstances. It's more like a force that you fight to delay it, if that makes sense. So, pretty powerful. Dogs of War could be added in part 3. Yeah, they could. I mean, when I say Southern Realms, that's literally the Dogs of War. Dogs of War are mostly Southern Realms themed. How's the new studio? It's great. I'm still trying to figure out what to do with these lights, because I have a reflective glass pane behind me, and you can see the lights in the reflection, which is not ideal. But you know, Because I took my green screen down before I left, and I didn't want to set it back up yet, so. But yeah, the new studio is running really well. Would I be willing to accept DLC for DLC? Yes. There's no caveat you need to add for me. Like, I know some people would probably be upset, but if they came out with like a Beastman versus Wood Elves Lord pack, I would eat that shit up so hard. I hate the idea of not supporting races because they were released as DLC. I know some people that rubs them the wrong way, but to me that sounds brilliant. Did I see the Hobbit movies? Yeah, I actually really liked the Hobbit movies. I know a lot of people didn't, but I had a blast. I'm really easy to entertain, though, which I think is a strength of mine. I feel bad for people that, like, hate movies. Hey, Gojira, you need to send me your address, bro, so I can send your shirt. I should hang a green screen behind me. I have a green screen, and it does hang behind me. I just don't want to set it up right now. JFK86, thanks, man. I appreciate it. What Warhammer 3 race am I the most excited for? Ogre Kingdoms. Hands down. I know a lot of people are probably more excited for Demons, but for me, Ogres. I am a big Ogres fan. That being said, if they decide to do like Kislev or Cathay for Game 3, I would be pretty hyped for either of those. Am I still playing Age of Sigmar? Yes. Yeah. I was actually going to play the card game for tonight's stream until I decided that y'all would probably be more interested in just me chatting. So, we'll do the card game later this week. Chances for part 1 versus part 2 DLC? I don't know, Unnamed. That's an idea I've thought about because there's a ton of people out there who want like Altharion the Grim versus Grom the Paunch, but I don't know how that would work as far as like if you had a part 1 or game 1 versus game 2 DLC and somebody who only owns game 1 were to buy it, where they'd still get access to just the game 1 stuff? Or would it be like it's exclusively a Game 2 DLC, in which case, if I don't own Warhammer 1, and I buy, let's say, Altharion versus Grom, do I get access to the greenskins under Grom? And just Grom, or do I have to still buy Game 1 in order to play as Grom? You know? So they'd have to figure that crap out. Is Tenehuan a decent lord on foot, or does he need to be mounted? No, I think most lords are decent on foot, but foot lords definitely are weaker than mounted lords right now, for the most part. And that's something I'm gonna make a video about later this week, so we'll talk about that then. It'd be awkward having orcs in the vortex. Blackfeathers, not necessarily. I mean, Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast don't give a shit about the vortex. They're just part of the map. You could do that with greenskins. It'd be the same thing. I don't think they would participate. I think if Grom was playable, I do not think he would participate in the Vortex race. He would have his own. He would have his own objective. There's no way they could connect Cathay to the Darklands. Jawale Lalu, you have too little faith and imagination, my friend. Far too little faith and imagination. Are Footlords any better in this patch? Not explicitly, no. That's something we're going to talk about later this week. Have a good night, Selchuk. Achaia. Hey, the Shadow 79, how you doing? Christian, have dwarves ever traded with Cathay? Yeah. Yeah, the Silk Road is in Warhammer Fantasy, and it runs from so Thorgrim Grudgebearer and Karaz Akarak oversee the Silk Road. It passes through that part of the World's Edge Mountains. Typically, what you do if you want to take the Silk Road is you go down through Blackfire Pass, pass through Karasakadok's lands, onto the Silk Road. It takes you across the southern part of the Southlands, very, very far away from the Chaos Dwarves. And you pass through the Mountains of Morn, and you have to go through Greasus Goldtooth's tribes. And if you just pay them bribes, they'll let you through, typically. And once you get past Greasus Goldtooth's lands in the Mountains of Morn, you then have to cross a desert, and then you arrive in, and then you pass another very, very small mountain range, and you arrive in Cathay. What about hobgoblins? Hobgoblins are not, hobgoblins do not have a good relationship with greenskins. They're a Chaos Dwarf faction. Like they're part of the Chaos Dwarf roster. Eric says, keep up the great work, man. You're one of the best contributors to the scene, in my opinion. Love your stuff. Thanks, Eric. I really appreciate that. Hobgoblins, Diego, though, so there was a big rebellion. There was a slave rebellion of the Greenskins against the Chaos Dwarves, led by the Black Orcs. And the Greenskins would have won and actually wiped out the Chaos Dwarves, but they were betrayed at the last second by the Hobgoblins. So the Greenskins have an ancestral hatred for Hobgoblins. Like, Greenskins fucking hate them. Like, if Greenskins find a Hobgoblin, they will capture them and just torture them horribly until they die. And Hobgoblins do the exact same thing back to Greenskins. They hate each other. Yeah, the Hobgoblins are associated with the Chaos Dwarves. They're the one Greenskin type that Chaos Dwarves do not enslave. And that's because they have kind of a standing agreement. Kurgans are hung as a like Norska for Game 3. I doubt it. So gameplay-wise, there is not a big difference between Norska, the Kurgan, and the Hung. They are basically the same thing. They just focus on different aspects of their army a little harder or less hard. Like, the Hung tend to be much more focused on Cav, like Marauder Cav. Because they're supposed to basically be the supposed to be the Huns from our world, so they're all about that Cav game. Whereas like Marauder Cavalry and Marauder Horse Masters and all that shit, and the Kurgans are more of a they primarily antagonize the Dark Elves, and they're more. They're very similar to Norska. They just don't have all the big monsters. Kislev seems the only good faction possibility for Game 3. Either that or Cathay. Yeah, those are probably the only good guys. Do Hobgoblins worship Gork and Mork? No. No, they don't. They have more in line with Hashit after they made their deal with the Chaos Dwarfs. What if came up short, quit playing Blood Bowl, and came to fight in Fantasy? I'd have to remember what Blood Bowl team that is. I think that's the Halfling team, in which case they'd probably like show up in Warhammer, try and like do something fun with one of the non-Halfling races, and get like destroyed. Do I think we'll ever see Troglodyons or Gorgons? Yes. The Hobgoblin Khanate, is it a separate thing? So the Hobgoblin Khans are an empire that's to the east of the World's Edge Mountains in the Darklands. They have a lot of trade with the Chaos Dwarves. What the Hobgoblin Khans do is they run around raiding people and caravans, and they steal their wealth, and they try and get slaves. And they trade the slaves for various rewards with the Chaos Dwarves. Do Chaos Dwarves trade with the human kingdoms? No. Because the Chaos Dwarves will only accept slaves as payment. So, generally... Oh, that was your Halfling team. Well, too bad. They're dead now. Do I think the Chaos Dwarfs will show up in Game 3 right away? So, you have to remember that every game in the Total War series, Total War Warhammer series, has 4 base races, and I don't think that's changing. So, we only have 3 left right now, using just the base, like, 16. Chaos Dwarves, Demons of Chaos, Ogre Kingdoms are the only races missing from the games. So the fourth faction is going to have to be someone like Kislev or Cathay or some other mystery fourth race. Are lizardmen still a powerful force in the Warhammer world, or are they sparse and dying? No, they're still a super powerful force. They just don't get involved a lot. Because you have to remember that they see the world from a, like, thousands of years perspective, not from a year-by-year perspective, so they don't get all that involved that much because they move very, very slowly. Crazy C4, have a good night, man. Has Gork or Mork ever confronted Khorne, Kane, or Sigmar? Not in a, like, explicit story, no. But, I mean, they clash, yeah. Will halflings ever come? Probably as a unit, but probably not as a race. Will we get the Mindenheim when the Empire gets reworked? I hope so. Is my board Grimgor going to be any better after its DLC drops? Ziggy, yes. I don't think Grimgor is going to be great, but I think he's going to be better. Thoughts on Albion, Araby, Amazon's DLC possibility? Albion and Amazon's I put as a not very likely, but anything's possible. Araby I put as a, if they could get the approval of Games Workshop, probably. I'm going to make a video about that tomorrow. I once punched a monk. Oh, I once. Wow, I read that really bad. It says I once. Sigmar says I once punched Mork in the nuts, and for some reason I thought he said I once punched a monk. I was like, you shouldn't be proud of that. Will Sons of Stromfells be a thing? If they did fish people, yeah, because Stromfells would be the god of the fish people. If we got a cross-game Lord packs, who would I have the rivalries be? The only one that's like super obvious. No, there's two that are super obvious. If they were gonna have a Game 1 versus Game 2 series of DLCs, you'd have to have Eltharion the Grim versus Grom the Paunch. So that's Greamskins versus High Elves, and then I would have Throt the Unclean versus Thoric Ironbrow for Skaven versus Dwarves. The other four base races, so Vampire Counts, Dark Elves, Empire, and Lizardmen, are not as clear-cut. Because the Vampire Counts don't really have a great rivalry with either the Lizardmen or the Dark Elves. And the Empire could fight either of them very easily. Because the Empire could fight anybody very easily. Do Chaos Dwarves and Dark Elves trade? No. But the reason for that isn't because they wouldn't. The reason is because the Chaos Dwarves don't have a navy. The Chaos Dwarves don't even have a port. The Chaos Dwarves don't go on the high seas. They do everything by land. They don't like the ocean. So that's the only reason. If the Dark Elves grounded one of their Black Arcs in the Darklands, I'm sure the two of them would be very good friends. Do you think they will ever redo Greenskins? Do I ever think they will redo Grimgor when they redo Greenskins? I think that's a distinct possibility, yes. I would not be surprised to see Grimgor get a size increase. Like, I would probably make Grimgor about halfway between his current size and Throg's current size. Because I think Throg's a little too big, a bit too big for Grimgor. But I think if you were to put him, like, halfway between the two, you could make that work. How do I think they could fix the Wood Elf campaign? Make the Amber system not fucking garbage, and it would be a great campaign. Also, well, make the Amber system not garbage, and make it so that you don't have to use bullshit currency to take the, like, as Durthu, you should not be punished for taking High Elf units, Wood Elf units, and as Orion, you should not be punished for taking Forest Spirit units. That was a terrible design philosophy. Also, more Legendary Lords, please. Do I think Grimgor will be monstrous class? No, but I think he could be large and it wouldn't be that bad. If they do Drycha, where should she start? Probably in Ethel Lauren. She would just not like the others as much. Thoughts on Bretonia and when will we receive a Who Would Win video? If you want to know when the next Who Would Win is, go bother Turin. Like, leave comments in his videos. Message him on Twitter. Ask him in his live streams. Stop asking me. I can't answer that because it's on him. It's not on me. Sisters of Twilight would be awesome for High Elves. You mean Wood Elves? Yes. High Elves? No. Wood Elves? Yes. Yeah, personally, for the Wood Elves, I want to see Ariel, and then a elf character. So either Ariloth or the Sisters of Twilight. What would the plot of Total War Warhammer 3 be? The end times? That would be pretty badass, Mentor King, honestly. Especially since most of the factions are, like, not good guys. It would make sense. Do I think they should backport more Tree Spirit units into Fantasy? You mean from the Sylvaneth? No. No. I think the Tree Spirits, as the Forest Spirits, as they are in Warhammer Fantasy, are fine. The Age of Sigmar Tree Spirits don't make sense in Warhammer Fantasy, for the most part, and they conflict with the design, I should say. The only units from Age of Sigmar that should be backported into Fantasy are the demons. I will be legitimately upset if Creative Assembly uses the Warhammer Fantasy demon models and not the Age of Sigmar models, because the Fantasy models are fucking disgusting. They're terrible looking. I'm doing a Dark Elf one. I'm going to be doing a Malekith campaign, because for my achievement hunting, because his is the easiest, and I have to build certain buildings in certain places. And Malekith is the easiest way to do that. Random question: Cetra versus Krokar, who would win? Probably Krokar. Krokar wins almost any matchup in which he's fighting someone who is not, like, really, really powerful and on foot. Like, the only character I really think that could give the only characters I think that could give Krokar a hard time are, like, Archaon, Cetra the Imperishable, stuff, you know, people of that caliber. Kolek. Sorry, not Cetra. Well, Kolek. Cetra would be difficult for Krokar, but I think Krokar would beat him. But, like, Kolek, Suneater, or Archaon would be very, very difficult. Scarbrand would put up a really good fight. Do I have an opinion on ferrets? They're adorable. I would not personally own one because they have a bit of an odor, and they're a little bitey for my taste. Did Nehekara trade with the dwarves? Yes. Nehekara also had lucrative trade with Cathay. Nehekara traded with Cathay a lot. How's the old man doing? Who is the old man? Well, King Noth, the reason Skrulk... If Skrulk's beating Krokar in a 1v1, it's probably because he's using his book. Which, that's more of a magic issue. But if Krokar's on foot in Total War Warhammer and he's fighting Skrulk one-on-one, Krokar should be using his Hand of the Gods to, like, two-shot Skrulk. Yeah, and I'm not old enough to be an old man. Like, I'm not even 30 yet. So. Alright. We're finally in.
We must preserve this world.
I seek my birthright.
Alright, we're going to do a very hard campaign. Skip. Alright, and I'm going to turn my camera... I'm going to move myself back to the corner here. Whee! Boop. Who's ultimately responsible for the end times? The Dark Gods. Lilith was responsible for a lot of how the end times went, but that wasn't really her fault. My big theory on Lilith is that she... So the thing about Lilith, I shit talk her a lot for like a meme. But the thing about Lilith is you have to remember that she was a goddess of prophecy, and during the end times, there's a section of it where she explicitly talks a lot about how she has had like visions of the future and has seen everything, and basically you get a very strong impression that the Dark Gods have like completely fucked with her brain. I think because she could see the future, she saw all of the end times happening, and I think it literally drove her mad. And she tried everything in her power to stop it, and ended up playing into it, because you can't... The thing about being able to see the future is it makes you very, very vulnerable to the forces of chaos. Yeah, Slaanesh got a sexy redesign for Age of Sigmar. The new Slaanesh models? Ooh, baby. Hey, Mornar. What if Chaos were the good guys the whole time and have just been misunderstood? Well, they had a really fucking shitty way of showing it. Cool meme, though, Professor Pone.
Cruelty knows no limits.
Oh, that buttery Malekith voice.
End them.
Alright, chat, let's have some fun.
Fight for me.
Is Tenenhuan immortal? Yes. He's not invulnerable, but he is immortal. He became immortal after he successfully summoned Sotek the first time. What lores do I think the lore of the deep is made from? The lore of the deep, it seems to be made from a mix of the lore of vampires and the lore of essentially it's basically the lore of vampires mixed with a manipulation of ocean themes. So, like the lore of Manan or the lore of Stromfels. Or Mathlan. One of those. Stormfell seems to be the most likely one. Is old Helmengor still the worst legendary lord? I think he will always be the worst legendary lord.
I will have destruction.
In, like, every way. Other than Warhammer Fantasy, what is my favorite fictional universe? I think, well, this is gonna sound like a cheap answer, but my favorite is Warhammer Fantasy, followed by Age of Sigmar, followed by Warhammer 40k, followed by Lord of the Rings. What's my favorite opinion on... what is my opinion on Age of Sigmar? I really like it. I actually really enjoy Age of Sigmar. It's pretty fun. Man, I love having allergies again, he said sarcastically. That's the one, that is easily my favorite thing about England, is that I have no allergies there, so I was able to breathe. And it was amazing. And coming back has been torture because of that. The lore of Age of Sigmar is not terrible. It started off terrible, but it is no longer terrible.
Eager for battle.
Anyone who says the lore of Age of Sigmar is terrible has not read it. Or is so blinded by the fact that they don't like how it was created that they refuse to give it a chance. And it's become a lot more grounded and grimdark in 2nd edition. But anyone who's just like, I fucking... Like, Age of Sigmar is the worst. Like, clearly you haven't read it then. AOS is not ready for Total War. Oh, I totally agree. It's not ready for Total War at all. Age of Sigmar needs at least another, like, 5 years in the oven, I think, before it would be ready for a Total War title. Blackfeathers, okay, so the thing I will say about Age of Sigmar is I fucking hate the Stormcast Eternals. I hate them. They're Space Marines. And it's obnoxious. They are Space Marines in a fantasy setting, and I hate them. That I will 100% agree on. Let's actually single bolt. No disagreement from Sotek on that one. But a lot of the setting has not as much to do with them anymore. Oh, great misses. Dinguses. Oh boy, that is a lot of rats. I wish they would target the center of the unit and not the edge. Start mowing people down.
Attend me.
Black gods.
I will.
Shall we? Alright, let's get some good counter charges then.
The merciless host. Cold-blooded
Switch back to
killers.
mass bolts.
Malekith.
Dark shards.
Malekith.
Hopefully we can kill the warlord relatively quickly.
All shall tremble. Hear my words.
Chillwind is such a good early game spell. It does so much damage. Run, run, flee, flee!
Malekith.
Kind of sad that we didn't get a Hell Pit Abomination Regiment of Renown. Well, I mean, there is a super Hell Pit Abomination. He's just not available to play. That's probably... but yeah, I agree. I wish there were more monstrous Regiments of Renown. You know what I actually told somebody at CA when I was there? I was talking to somebody and I was like, one thing that I would really like to see would be a monstrous DLC. Like, literally a pack that just gives you a bunch of different monsters. Which, do y'all think that would be cool? Like, imagine if it gave you, like, one monster for, like, a bunch of different races. So you bought the DLC, and they'd be like, alright, so for this DLC pack, you get a new monster for Norska, you get a new Skaven monster, you get a Gorgon for Beastmen, you get a Chimera for Chaos, like, but just like a $10 DLC or whatever that came with like 8 new monsters, or 5 new monsters. Like, whatever. It doesn't have to be like super expensive or super cheap. It just has to be good. Like, oh my god, I would be all over that. You know, obviously we'd have to figure out the pricing. That would take some thoughts and consideration, but I think it would be super good. Let's take out this unit.
Merciless warriors. Black gods. Blood will flow. We understand.
Onward. No mercy.
Oh, and Emil, I'm not saying it's like a replacement for like Lord packs. I'm just saying as a new DLC type. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Lord Packs are great. I just want more things. Sotek wants all the things into infinity. I want infinite new content. So much new content that it rains from the skies.
The merciless host. Druki.
Time for us to skedaddle.
To destruction. Kill them. Make them bleed.
Crush them!
Glorious destruction.
There's a lot of features from 3K I would like to see ported.
Attend me!
Alright, we need to take out that
We are ready.
warlord.
I will have destruction!
Run!
Chosen of Cain! No mercy!
Back. At once.
Lord of Nagaroth! Crush them!
Mask of
Chosen of Cain! Kada!
Advance. Druki.
I lust for slaughter!
Black gods. Withdraw.
Lord of Nagaroth!
Time to go.
Hear my words! Destroy!
Okay, Chloe.
Black gods. By Drakira.
Fear me!
Withdraw.
I hate Skaven Slave Slingers. This unit is way too good sometimes. Just because they have, like, infinite ammo.
Malekith!
Come back here.
Come forth!
Dealers in death.
Malekith!
Run faster, Malekith. Or not, you know, just chill. Take your time, I guess. Get him. Could you actually run? Maybe pick up your feet a little bit? No, that's too hard. Alright. Anyway, Chad, how have all of y'all been? Is there going to be a free LC Legendary Lord? Yes. I believe they're revealing him tomorrow on Twitch. At 3 p.m. British Standard Time.
Victory is mine! Spreading misery. Moving. I shall enjoy this.
Such a sinister voice. Let's get founded on tyranny. Do I have any favorite mods for Warhammer 2? Yes. 2 skill points for level up for legendary lords, and that's pretty much it. I try to play my game as unmodded as possible. That's just the way I like to do it. Sure. Sotek if it's Nakai, blink twice. If it's Gorok, blink once. Oh, well, I blink a lot, so that's not gonna happen. How old is Chloe? Chloe is 8 years old.
Bolt throwers. Dark shots. Red spears.
How do I feel about SFO? I mean, it's not bad.
Cold.
It's just not my cup of tea. I don't like games that drastically... Or I don't like mods that drastically change the game. Patrick Cox, $2 donation says, good idea to do halflings for April Fool's Day? Definitely. Though I think there are a lot of people who genuinely want halflings. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and switch to this and just mow down the Eshin units. Thank you for the donation, by the way. Appreciate it.
Will have destruction. Hear my words. Come forth.
Boop.
Onward.
Dark shots.
See, I have physical resistance and missile resistance. Yeah, and I have a silver shield. Oh, damn. I'm just going to have Malekith tank all these ranged attacks then.
Malekith. Halt.
I didn't realize his supreme spell shield actually works when he's on foot. I thought he just, like, held it.
Dark shots. Nagarothi. Nagarothi.
True heir of Anir.
Boop.
Malekith.
Great spears. Dealers in death. Slay them. Kill them.
Alright, Skaven General's dead. Alright, aim a little more carefully, please. Let's get y'all up on this hill.
Advancing.
Chosen of Cain.
Alright, their leadership is pretty shaky, so let's see if we can get rid of them.
Attend me.
Die, weaklings. Dark shots. Hack, cut.
Attack.
We are ready. Druki, as you say.
Malekith.
I sound like Sombra when I say boop. The fuck is Sombra?
Back. Dark shots. Dealers in death. Great spears. Cold-blooded killers.
I already fall back. I don't want to deal with all these fucking ranged units.
Dark shots. Dark elves. Great spears.
Malekith. Malekith comes.
On to slaughter.
I will have destruction. Malekith.
Oh, she's an Overwatch character. Okay. Isn't Sombra a type of hat? That's a sombrero, friend.
Kill them. Merciless warriors.
Annihilate them. Slaughter them.
Mow them down.
Merciless warriors. By Cain. Dealers in death.
Fear me.
Alright. Patrick, so the Prophet of Sotek used to reincarnate in older editions. In 6th edition and 6th edition, he reincarnated whenever he was needed. In 7th edition, though, they retconned it, or maybe in 8th, but in 7th or 8th, they retconned it so that he's just purely immortal. It's the same guy. What achievement am I even going for? So the achievements I'm working on right now are Supreme Sorceress, which is get 45 Dark Elf techs. Witch King, which is beat a campaign on very hard. Tax Farmer, which is get 60,000 gold per turn, which is going to be pretty easy with what I have to do. Slave Trader, which is get 10 slave markets, which you can only build in capitals, I believe. And Tyrant of Tor Anlek, which is build the Black Citadel in Tor Anlek.
My cruelty knows no limits.
Alright, so let's get Blade Wind, because that will make life 6 billion times easier. And let's do another turn of getting more guys, and then we'll go finish off the rats.
Malekith, the true king, Lord of Naggaroth.
How are y'all doing today, chat? By the way, and we want all the slaves we can get. Why is Lokir cool? So, actually, if you want to feel cool about Lokir Fellheart, delete this. Go look up, I think it was the most recent Who Would Win, which was on my channel, Who Would Win 4. Lokir Fellheart shows up, and I go really heavy into his campaign, or into his lore. But basically, he's like the ultimate tyrant, enslaver, murderer, monster, duelist of the Dark Elves. He is ridiculously infamous for just being a jerk. Okay, we got Sacrifice to Cain. He is a very, very fun character design, though. Demolish, demolish. Let's grab Spiteful Conjuration, and let's go ahead and get upgraded Blade Wind. Did I see the new AOS content for Slash and Fire Slayers? Yes. Do mods disable achievements? Only if they're very, very intense mods. Which legendary, in my opinion, has the worst / most awkward / funniest voice acting? I think Helman Gorse probably has the most amusing voice acting, just because he's Gorsed and like a lot of his lines are a little cheesy. Who do I think has the funniest voice acting? I don't know. I mean, I think most, if not all, the voice acting is really, really good. Yeah, you know who has the funniest voice acting is probably like Queek. Wurzag's really funny. Yeah, Wurzag has super funny voice acting. Yes, Logan White. So I posted in the Discord, but if you guys are watching the stream on YouTube Gaming, or just YouTube, if you go down to the description below, you'll see a link for Fanatical, with my reference link, and if you go there, you can purchase the Prophet and the Warlock for 20% off instead of only 10%.
Hey, Truki, bloody slaughter awaits.
Oh, also, so y'all want to hear something really, really cool that I'm excited about? So it's not gonna happen every time, just because they're a little busy, so they can't do it every single time. But most of the time, or at least some of the time, the tabletop tournaments are actually going to get shout-outs by CA in the future, like on Twitter and stuff. So I'm really excited about that. Also, I think the tabletop tournaments are going to go up to 2 times a week instead of just on Fridays. I think we're going to do a Friday and Saturday version. But the ones on Saturday are going to have a new rule set that I'm going to be introducing this week. So I hope y'all are looking forward to that. Yeah, but as for the Everchosen, I don't think I'm gonna make a separate video about it. But I do want to say that I had an absolute blast, and I got a lot of really nice messages, and the people at CA were absolutely wonderful to work with. And they were all very, very nice and said a lot of nice things to me, and everyone seemed really, really happy with what I was able to provide. So that was all just kind of a dream come true and super fun, and I felt very well respected and yada, 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 yada. I had a blast is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah. Thanks to all you guys for your support, by the way. Like, there's no way CA would have even been... Oops. Run! Run! Ah! I forgot Skaven could do that. It's been a while.
We are ready with pleasure.
Okay, I'm trying to do way too much shit at once.
Hear my words.
Additional effect? No, I don't need that. Just spam it.
Come forth.
Dark shard.
Fucking summons.
Dead.
I can't wait for the new summon system. It improves so much.
Battle ready.
Even in single player.
For the king.
Attack. Hear my words.
All the magic. Infinite magic.
Rookie. Glorious destruction.
What do you want? Oh, okay. Good night. I didn't mean that in a mean way. I don't know what you wanted.
Malekith. Hear my words.
Dark shards. Slay them.
Malekith.
What's my opinion on mirror matches? Generally boring. It depends on the mirror match, but most of them are boring, yes.
By your command.
I generally much prefer when we have different factions fighting each other, not mirrors.
Massacre them. Terror and death. We are ready. Dark shards. Cold-blooded.
Are we back online? Yes, we are.
At once.
Let's get single bloats.
Dark shards. The merciless host. Druki.
Malekith.
Give me mana. I didn't look nervous. I wasn't. Like, I didn't feel nervous the entire tournament. And contrary to what I thought, like, you know, when I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to travel internationally and meet a bunch of new people and yada 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 yada. I was genuinely nervous before I left, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna take my anxiety pills so I can just, you know, be chill the whole time or whatever. I didn't even need them. I didn't take, well, like, I take my dailies, but I didn't take my, like, emergency med one time while I was in England. Because I was just having a blast, and I didn't feel nervous. I felt really good.
All shall kneel before me.
Spare me. I shall warpstone.
Yeah, sure you do.
I am the Witch King.
Do not vex us further.
What was I looking back? What was I looking back when Dog had to pull my attention back to him? Oh, I was looking. Somebody had walked over and was holding like a piece of paper with some written stuff on it about something that we were about to do, and they were like, and I think it was Jordan. So he was like, and so I looked at him, and Dogbert was like, "Eyes over here." But it's distracting because the only camera that's in the room, or not the only sorry, not camera. That's not the word I wanted. The only screen, so I can see what so I can see the stream and can see what y'all can see, is behind Dogbert's head. So that's why I'm kind of looking like, instead of looking at him, I would look like up here, because the camera is in front of me and below me. Then Dogbert's to my right, and then the screen where I can see what y'all can see is like up on the wall. So like I was just, it was just, yeah. But yeah, that was because somebody walked up and was like trying to get our attention with a sign. And I looked away and at it.
Witch King.
Thought it might have been Spartacus up to some more tomfoolery. Well, the casting desk is a little further away. And generally, like, you can't... I would have to, like, look over that way to see the casting desk, which I wasn't looking that way most of the time. Have I played the Closer to Tabletop mod? No, I have not. I might take a look at it sometime. Sign non-aggression with Hag Rafe.
Speak whilst you can. We will hear you. No.
Oh my god. Don't be an asshole.
Words
Just...
are crucial, don't you think? Pick yours carefully.
Yeah. Stop shouting, woman. Jeez.
Foolish request.
Gosh.
The Witch
Alright,
King
let's just...
welcomes you. I will treat
what?
on his behalf.
But I'm the Witch King. I'll give him a gift.
As ordered.
Alright.
Lord of the Black Tower.
How am I doing? I'm doing good. Ah, it's Gabby! Hi, Gabby. What are you doing here?
Druki, bloody slaughter.
It's actually kind of a nasty rebellion army.
Moving
Let's
back.
let it get bigger. Let's sneak around them and get into the capital.
Your king has arrived. I am
Let these rebel scum build up a little bit. So chat, y'all should know that this wearing pants person is like one of my best friends in real life. It's Gabby. Do I think the diplomacy system could be improved in any way going into Game 3? God, I hope so, Ziggy, because the diplomacy system is one of the weakest aspects of this game. Diplomacy and sieges. Sieges and diplomacy are not that involved, I will say.
Lord of the Black Tower.
It's a big army.
King of the Druki.
Cease your provocation.
Gabby, we all need to go out soon. We haven't done anything since I got back. Quick question, what happens to individual Tomb Guard or Skeleton Warrior when they die? When a Tomb Guard or Skeleton Warrior gets destroyed or dies or whatever, their spirit returns to what's known as the Realm of Souls, which is kind of like the Nehekar Afterlife. Oh, this is about to be bad. And when they're down there, they basically kind of hang out in... depending on their social status in life and how their body was prepared when they died, they're sent to different parts of the Nehekar and Underworld, like different layers. Because it's like a big expanse, but it's arranged vertically, and the closer you are to the top of the Realm of Souls, the more important you were in life, and the better your body was prepared in death, and you're also, like, you live in a paradise. The closer your body is to the bottom, you're basically closer to hell, and there are, like, giant dog creatures that roam the underworld that devour you endlessly. Like, devour you and shit you out and do it all over again. You're, like, in eternal torture. And, like, and in the Realm of Souls, it's organized into a bunch of different spires, like a bunch of different towers, and each tower belongs to a different dynasty, or a family, in the Tomb Kings. And, So like Cetra and all of his descendants have one tower. And all of their troops and soldiers and attendants and yada 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 all live on that tower on the different levels. And sooner or later, you get to, when you die in, so like when a tomb guard dies, he'll go to his associate place, and basically he'll sit there and wait until he's summoned. And when he is summoned, he leaves the realm of the dead and goes back to whatever mortal form they've prepared for him. Which is usually his personal body, but sometimes they move their souls into like, and when they do that, most of the time their souls will be restored a little bit, or their bodies will be rebuilt. But if, for instance, a skeleton's body was so badly destroyed that it can't be brought back, the Lich Priests will take their bodies and use their ashes or their essence and bind them into like Ushabti or Sepulchral Stalkers or Necropolis Knights or whatever. Riverbank, stop. I don't want the feels in my chat. Get out. Gojira, I brought you back something from England. You're the only person I brought something back for, so quit your bitching. Will I be able to show gameplay of the new DLC soon? Maybe. I can't answer that. That would be violating NDAs. Hopefully soon. That's all I can tell you. Hopefully soon.
Advancing. Battle calls. Carnage awaits.
Because I would rather eat my own foot than violate NDA. Did Nehekar and nobles engage in sibling marriage? Yes. Alright, Hugh, have a good night.
The Witch King.
I like how Hugh signs all of his, I like that he signs all of his comments. Let's get his early Soul Stealer down.
We are ready.
Let's kill that gross Skaven Lord as quickly as possible.
Hack, cut.
Those are slaves, or clan rats?
Death is coming.
Yeah.
Slaughter them. Dread spears. It is done.
Kill them all.
Glorious destruction.
Kill them all! Hehehehe. Silly rats.
Battle ready. Die, weaklings.
All shall tremble. Attend me.
You're going the wrong way!
The mask of fear.
Go this way. Ah. Needed it to last longer.
They shall suffer.
We are ready. Dark Shards.
Kill him.
Nagarothi. Cold
Reform the line! Reform the line!
Red spears.
Chosen of Cain. Come forth.
Sorry. Oh, that's a big old rat army.
Bolt throwers. As you say. Eager for battle. Onwards to murder. Dark shards. Glorious destruction.
Carnage crawls. The destroyer hungers.
Where do I think Be'lakor will land in Game 3? If Bellacor's in Game 3, I hope he's the starting lord for the Demons of Chaos and you can play Demons Undivided with him. That is my hope. Who would win, Gojira or Professor Pone? Pone. You mean like in a fight to the death? My money's on Pone. No offense, Goji.
Malekith, I crave battle.
Pone's a cop, though. He would just mace Goji in the face. And it would be over like that. Do I think Bellicor could be a runner-up for a potential Chaos God? Zero? I mean, yeah. The reason... So, Bellicor was actually cursed and lost a lot of his power. And the reason was because he was becoming the 5th Chaos God, and he was threatening before. So, they ganged up on him, and they stripped him of a bunch of his power. But they weren't able to strip him of nearly enough to make him not a threat. They made it so that Bellicor could not interact with the physical world anymore. And that doesn't stop him most of the time. In a surprising amount of Warhammer Fantasy stories, Bellicor is the big bad guy. He does it very incognito. He, like, hides that it's him because, you know, he doesn't want the Dark Gods to, like, know what he's doing. So he hides his involvement as best as he can so that they don't get wise. But, like, the Albion crisis, like, the only reason people even went to Albion in the first place was because of Bellicor. He was, like, single-handedly responsible. Because he's just that much of a pain in the ass. Croxagors are just cute big guys. Yeah, really. Croxagors are the bears of the of the Warhammer of the Lizardmen. Like, they're just cuddly and everybody just wants to, like, hold them even though they're, like, horribly dangerous. Chop them up. Oh, that direction. Oh, baby. Oh, the value. Oh, the value. Man, those are some... That was a beautiful blade wind. Mwah. Loved it. Alright, I'm just gonna let Malekith solo all this bullshit. Get back here, you goobers.
I am their doom. Malekith. I am death.
Understood.
Switch to multi-bolts. When am I gonna play some more Dawn of War with you guys? Never. I hate you.
I crave back.
I don't know. I'll get around to it. I mean, there's a lot of shit I gotta do.
Of Venereal.
Fortunately. Yes, keep using your magic and hurting me, or hurting yourself more than me. That's totally fine. Spearman, forward.
Slay them.
And then wait for it. Wait for it.
Give them to play.
Now. Beautiful.
Malekith.
Don't get better than that.
Bolt throwers. Destroy.
Malekith.
Keep firing.
Bolt throwers.
Favorite new additions for Rat Boys and Lizard Homies? Well, I'll make a full video probably tonight. Well, probably not tonight, but tomorrow. I'll release it tomorrow about my thoughts on all the new DLC stuff. But my favorite unit for my favorite new unit for the Lizardmen is the Salamander Hunting Pack, and my favorite new unit for the Skaven is the Doomflayers. Almost thought I was hinting at a different kind of bear. Hey, I'm pretty sure a Croxagor could be either kind of bear. You know, I mean, if you're a scaly and you're into that, but I mean, a Croxagor would protect you and keep you safe, right? Does this mean I didn't bring home any chocolate? I'm sorry, Gabby, I didn't have any time. I had no time to go shopping. I didn't bring home anything other than like a T-shirt for Gojira. Like, I didn't even have time to, like, get myself something fun or interesting. I was just flying by the seat of my pants the entire time.
Slaughter them. Fight for me or die.
Well, they give me a lot of slaves. Thank you, Skaven. I don't want a cold one just yet.
Moving.
I need to deal with all these beastmen. Alright, we can repair this. And I can hire a new unit type. We can get bleak swords.
Black-hearted dreadlord.
And you can float your butt over
The
here.
ocean awaits.
We share common
No, I
purpose.
legitimately
Let us be
think the
about
Salamander
flying.
hunting pack is an amazing unit and is critical to the new Lizardman playing style
Lord of fear.
that I think is going to be really popular. I legitimately just think that a lot of people that we saw at the Everchosen did not understand how to use the Salamanders. And I don't mean that to like shit on them or anything. It's just one of those things that I don't think they had enough time to practice. And like come to understand how crucial Salamanders I think are going to be to Lizardmen. I want to buy a Switch. You should buy a Switch. Is life as a construct comfy? I wouldn't say it's comfy. I imagine it's fairly disorienting, but the people who become constructs tend to be very duty bound. Capture Grand. I'll do that in a little bit. I know that's what I need to do for the Vortex campaign, but I need to spread my empire.
I'm going.
And I'm more interested in wiping out the Skaven anyway.
No mercy.
There you are, Rat Surge. Let's get some towers.
Come, my dealers of death.
We're about to have a rebellion, so I kind of need to hustle.
Truki, bloody slaughter awaits. Come, Truki, to battle.
Hey, Christian. Salamanders are like the Lizardman doggos. Yeah, they do. Fire Slan. I would love to get more Slan types. I was actually very much hoping the DLC was going to give us more Slan, but it didn't, unfortunately. Alright, we're just going to climb up all the walls and just kill everybody.
Battle ready. Merciless warriors. We are ready.
I'll assign a bodyguard unit to these guys because they're probably going to get rats summoned up underneath them.
Advance.
Malak,
Everybody else,
I am ready.
find a wall. Except you guys, not
Big
you.
swords. Nagarothi. As you
Multi-bolts.
say. Slash. Kill.
Actually, if I can single bolt, let's go after the Gracier.
Hang them.
Let's come over like here.
Dark shards. Battle ready. Onward. On to slaughter. Bolt throwers. Murder awaits. Slay them.
Chosen of King.
Eh.
Hear my words.
Oh, climbing. Okay. What's in the Southern Chaos Waste? You mean on the south side of the planet? A bunch of weird monsters called Beastkin. They're kind of like they're a hybrid race of they're basically demons and beastmen that mated and gave birth to these horrific little hybrid creatures. They're not pleasant.
My words.
Kind of the long and short of it.
Dread spears. Nagarothi. Understood.
Just do that.
Lord of Nag.
That did some good damage. If we could finish off this guy, that'd be awesome, because I'm already tired of him casting Warp Lightning. Alright, Malekith, I want you to head into the city and deal with the Gracier.
Eager for battle. Kill everything.
area.
Bolt throwers.
Kill him.
Bleak swords. Hack. Cut. Dark shards. Cold-blooded killers. Slash. Kill.
I will have destruction. Cannon!
Attack! We are ready. Glorious destruction.
Malekith.
Dark elves. Die, weaklings. Dark shards.
Malekith. Hear my words. Attend me.
You get the spell off.
Fear me.
Good. Dead rat.
All shall tremble. Cannon!
Advance, Druki. Blood will flow.
Malekith.
Kill him.
Fear my wrath.
The mask of fear.
Attend me. I will have destruction.
Do I think a life slot is possible? Would that be OP? I think it's possible now that Cold-Blooded doesn't heal. I think back when Cold-Blooded could heal, I do not think that was going to happen. But now that it doesn't, yeah, I think a life slot would be possible. I don't think it would be OP.
All shall kneel before me.
Take what you want.
Let's do that. Alright. Dead Skaven, my favorite.
The buildings are crumbling.
Malekith, King of Battle.
Such slaughter awaits. Sail, damn you!
Where are all the ocean goodies?
I approve of these dark deeds.
C1746. The salamander hunting packs shoot like the ancient salamander. They don't. They're not a flamethrower. They're more like a. They shoot like fireballs. They don't shoot like a consistent stream of fire.
Do not vex us further.
Fear me. King Malekith. Merciless.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think a life salon would be incredibly popular and strong, but I don't really think he'd be overpowered. I just think he would need to be a lot more expensive. The thing with having life wizards is I don't mind life wizards. They just need to be very expensive depending on the faction. Like, if you're gonna have a life Slon, he should definitely be the most expensive Slon in the game. You know. Have a good night, Anthony. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Alright, see, which one is this? Okay, this is that northern one, so let's get a garrison.
Malekith, King of Nagaroth.
Okay, get rid of all the crappy dudes.
We have
Where's all the ocean loot? I don't see any.
anchors away.
What missions do I have? Build. Search ruins. Okay. What's the most insane 2v2 possibilities given with this DLC? Honestly, I think the most fun 2v2 thing that I can think of, that me and Professor Pone definitely need to do, is taking a fire-based Lizardman army. So, Fire Leech Bola Pterodons, Ancient Salamanders, Engines of the Gods, yada yada, and taking, do that, and then take, Dwarves, with, like, the Thane with the fire debuff, Iron Drakes, Iron Drake torpedoes, like, just go all fire, like, ham, just all in. Especially because the Ancient Salamander gives any unit it hits with its ranged attack, it gives any unit it hits, a debuff to their, or it gives them the flammable debuff. So you could just, like, obliterate everything, and it's beautiful. Oh, nope. This is a little too far.
Damn you!
Actually, you know what? Head back. I'm gonna need you for something.
The ocean awaits.
Gonna need you for something. We have another rebellion popping up there. Damn. I blame the baseman. Oh, it's also mountain terrain, so that's not great. Yeah, fire-themed Hiles would work nice with it too. Oh, Lithanar? Okay. Funny fact I found out about the... So, y'all know the voice actor who voiced Lithanar is like a massive Warhammer Fantasy fan, and he like loves the High Elves in Lithanar. I think he was one of the main cast characters from like the Secret Life of Zack and Cody or whatever that Disney show was. Super cool guy from the seams of it. But he... something random came up like because I think he was the one that approached CA about voicing a character for them, since, you know, he's like an actor with experience and like knows how to voice act and all this other stuff. And I think like there was something funny about it, like it was like, so what was like the official payment for it? And someone was like, oh, it was like they paid him like a beer or something like that, because he just wanted to do it so badly or something. I just found it really funny. I like that guy. Anyone who's that passionate about Warhammer is a bro in my book. That's someone I would love to meet in person. Thalendor Doomstar. What else?
King Malekith.
So these guys are a threat to me because they've got max tier units. Yikes. Alright, so we will wait for them inside of our castle. And before Sotek asked to voice some skinks, no, I didn't talk to anybody about voice acting. I would love to, but I don't have any voice acting skill. I would love to appear in the game in some way, shape, or form, but yeah.
Malekith, King of Nagaroth.
And you're all slaves now.
To battle.
I love rebellions. Such an
Ever vengeful.
easy source of slavery.
Daring to march.
What now?
Alright, I want you to come
Damn you.
babysit the settlement for a bit. Alright, we finished that. I'll wait till next turn to purchase anything. I mean, we're doing good on money, but no need to spend money I don't need to. Do the Albino Guard Regiment Renowned speak in the game? I don't know, Ziggy. That's a good question. Much rebellion, such slaves. Wow. No! Don't attack it. Okay. Alright, the beastmen are dead. That's good. Oh, that level up. We're gonna wait till that's finished before we build anything in that province. Because that's gonna reduce the price of everything by a lot. Would have been amazing if I replaced the advisor. That would have been really funny. That would have been kind of a big deal job, though. Yeah, give me more slaves.
I know my path.
I need all the slaves.
Dreadlord of the Druki. Such slaughter
No,
awaits.
don't level that up yet. I need 4 population. Okay. Well, how fast do I... Does this increase my population, my growth? Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, so I will take that. Oh, Haggrave's open. Fuck. Yeah, get your ass down here. I want it. I need it. Oh, you know what? We'll just send a... Well, fuck it. We're already on the way. We'll just deal with it. What's my lizard man name? I don't know. So one thing that Games Workshop never did that was really unfortunate is that they taught us, or they explained how to translate alphabet, or not exactly the alphabet, but the alphabet plus some into the lizardman's script, but they did not explain how to translate English to the lizardman tongue like they did with Khazalid. So it's not really like known how to translate English to Saurian, unfortunately. I would love it if they did. I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone out there who probably figured it out, because like there's a, to my understanding, there's a super specific system on how to create language. Like, it's not difficult necessarily to create a new language, even with like unique grammar rules and stuff. There's just really specific systems that you have to follow, and maybe one of those people who has a natural inclination towards that could figure out Saurian, but I am not one of those people. Put Sotek's face on Tinhuan's tablet. That would be fucking hilarious. It's just like some goofy ass picture of me. Oh, Logan, thanks for doing that, man. I really... Oh, no, I hate this one. I'm just gonna guess. This one. Nope. That's the only puzzle I hate. Because you have to rotate, and they didn't give you the ability to rotate, which is stupid. You have to like take a piece of paper and hold it on the screen and like trace it. I just don't want to do that. Do any of the Total War YouTubers voice anything? No. Just some of them have rogue armies named after them. Oh, Sebi, like, I know how to do that one. It just takes too long. I'm just not interested in doing it because of how long it takes. Haggrave! Okay, we can go get the Circlet of Iron soon. Which is swell. One more turn. And we're going to get a rebellion there, but I should be able to make it over there before it gets too bad. We're not going to take slaves in Haggrave for a bit. How do I feel about CA adding Lord Croak as a hero? Awesome. Awesome, Christian. A+. Trust me, when y'all actually get to see everything that he can do, y'all haven't even seen what he can really do yet. When you see what he's like in campaign, you will love him. He is the way legendary heroes should be, and I hope we get more of them. Because he's awesome. Alright, I need to recruit a lord, so let's put someone here just to defend it in case I can't make it in time. Shadow's pretty good. Oh no, I think Beast is actually the best for defending the settlement.
Supreme sorceress of Grant. Supreme sorceress of Grant.
Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and haul ass over there, because For anyone that's curious, I'm actually purposefully trying to cause as many rebellions as I can while still being able to keep up with them. Because the more rebellions there are, the easier it is for me to maximize my slaves. Alright, let's get those. And the more slaves we have, the more money we have. And the more money we have, the stronger we can get. And just a reminder for anybody watching, if you go to the description down below this live stream, you'll see a Fanatical link that if you click on, it'll take you to my reference link for fanatical.com, and you can buy the Prophet and the Warlock DLC for 20% off instead of Steam's measly 10% off. So you'll save some money, I'll make some money, everybody wins. Kill the mangy hounds. Okay. I'm gonna round to that after I deal with the rebellion.
Foolish request.
Destroy them.
Do I know how expensive the ancient salamander and all that jazz is? No. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Not because I wouldn't want to tell you, but because that was a beta, so it's subject to change. So like I could tell you, oh, it was worth X, and then you would get the game and it would be worth Y, and then you'd be like, oh, Sotek lied to us, and that would not be true. It's just they would have changed it. So I'm not going to tell you because there's no point in me telling you, if that makes sense. Alright, what's our range of influence? Okay, I'm just checking so that we know. Is a Dragon Ogre way scarier than a Bull Centaur? Yes. Absolutely. Dragon Ogres are much more powerful than a Bull Centaur. Rebellions decrease slave population. Oh, I didn't know that. Even I learned something new today. Farm gold for Destroyer. Okay. Is Destroyer a quest battle? Yeah, it is. Okay. Because it's like, I vaguely remember that only some of Malekith's items are quest battle items. Alright, well, hopefully most of these provinces will go under control pretty soon. I mean, we're at 21% here. Lower public order, let's see. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's turn this one down to receive slaves, but this one should be getting no slaves right now, which is keeping its public order relatively under control. Alright. Admiral's got a few more turns till I can build what I want from him. Shartor? Well, clearly Shartor is the scariest because he didn't even exist in Warhammer Fantasy. Though, if Shartor the Executioner was retroactively put into Fantasy, I would not be upset because he's a badass looking character. What's the worst way to go in Warhammer Fantasy? If you want to know the worst ways to die in Warhammer Fantasy, go check out my videos called oh god, what were they called? Like I had a couple of episodes. I need to make them into a playlist now that I think about it. Shut up, I don't care. But there sorry, I'm stumbling over my words. There was a series of there was a series I did with Anna, Turin's wife, also known as Lady Turin. I did a show with her that was like the top 5 something in Warhammer, and it was all like monster based. And we did some episodes about the most horrifying monsters. And in one of them we talk pretty heavily about what I would consider the worst way to die. Is being consumed by a creature called a Chaos Amalgamate. That's not the exact word for it, but that's basically what it is. It's an amalgamation, and if it kills you, It literally just like absorbs you into itself, and it's very unpleasant. Malicious, weapon master, or fleet-footed. Ooh, let's get fleet-footed.
Death high.
It's gonna be really good when we get her on a cauldron. What got me into Warhammer? I got into Warhammer when I was 9 years old, 10 years old, and my mother and father were at a mall nearby back when malls were a really, really big thing. And one of the malls they went to was called, or they went to the Grapevine Mills Mall. And while they were there, they saw a Warhammer store. And they saw the armies and stuff, and they were like, this looks like something our son would be, like, super into.
I have just the pulse.
And so one day after school, my parents took me there, explicitly because they thought I would really like it. And they were right. I, like, fucking fell in love with it. And so I, like, wandered around the store, and I was super into it, and I loved everything I was seeing. And my parents are like, alright, you can pick out, like, X amount of things, and we'll buy you whatever you want. And so I got, like, a skink priest, a unit of Saurus, and some other random shit that the store guy recommended I pick up. And I started my Lizardmen army. And, so yeah, it was because of my parents. I never would have even thought of getting into Warhammer if it hadn't been for my folks. And my folks were very supportive of the hobby, even though it was, like, ludicrously expensive. So, if for whatever reason, somehow magically, my mother and father ever show up in a video or a stream or something, and y'all like what I do, you should definitely, like, worship them, because without them, I never would have gotten into it. Do I like the Prophet of Sotek not starting in Itza? Yeah, I'm okay with him not starting in Itza, because I think they have a reason for him not starting in Itza. Web Chef, thank you, man. I appreciate the nice words. How expensive is a tabletop army generally? Ooh, boy. A Warhammer Fantasy tabletop army, if for Warhammer Fantasy, would cost on average. See, to play normally, you'd have to play about to play at least a little bit. You'd have to get about 2,000 points. I'd probably say, if you wanted, like, a good, decent army with, like, some monsters and infantry and cav and characters, I'd probably say somewhere in the ballpark of $750 US dollars. Back when it was cheaper. Nowadays, if you wanted to play, like, Warhammer Fantasy 8th Edition, and you got to, like, start, and, like imagine the game was still active and you just got to play it, it would still cost, it would cost almost like $1,000. Once you include, like, the paints, the glue, the models, it's a very expensive hobby. Games Workshop has made a lot of steps in recent years to drive down the price by creating a lot of, like, skirmish-based games, like Shadespire. But yeah, it's definitely not a poor man's hobby. It's great for kids, though. I mean, it's a really interesting game that has, like, a lot of really... It will teach, like, a really strong foundation in math and statistics, percentages, understanding the concepts of, like, not gambling in, like, a bad sense, but, like, understanding the concept of trying to work out statistical odds, working out strategy, advanced reading comprehension, understanding complicated rules, learning how to manage and argue with others, learning to control your emotions when you lose, how to handle losses, how to handle bad luck. Like, I think for children, Warhammer is actually a fantastic hobby to get into. And it's still cheaper than Magic the Gathering. Still a lot cheaper than Magic the Gathering. And you get gorgeous collecting models that you can customize and paint as well. So you learn hobby skills as well. I actually think Warhammer is better for kids than Magic is. It is still very expensive, though. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna kill this guy. You can't afford anything, so you're Blood Bowl. Yeah, Blood Bowl is a very cheap game to get into. Right now, you can play Age of Sigmar for way cheaper than you can play Warhammer Fantasy. But there were cheap games, like Mordheim was very cheap.
Come forth!
Get him.
Attend me! Destruction awaits.
Witch Elves fantastic for kids. Witch Elves are perfect for children. They only stab you in the lore.
True heir of Anerion. Chosen
Stop shooting me,
of
you
Cain.
jerk.
Malekith. Kana!
Just melt his health down.
What deeds await? It will be.
Let's move, people.
True heir of Anerion. Attack!
Which rogue armies are named for casters? I don't remember them all off the top of my head. But there's a lot of random things in the game that are named after various people. Like Burke Black is a Twitch player. He has one of the unique lords you can unlock by playing the Vampire Coast. Is Burke Black, so that's one. Turin and Italian Spartacus both have a rogue army named after them. I don't know if there's anything in the game named after me or not. I've never heard anything about it, so I assume there's not. I'd have to check. All of the Book of Nagash rogue armies are streamers. Oh, I mean, that's what it is. It's all the Book of Nagash ones. Yeah, that's what it is. Sotek needs a... Oh, I need a rogue army? Yeah, something like that. I think I'd prefer the Burke Black method, where you get like a unique lord named after you. There's a whole god named after Sotek. Other way around, friend. Other way around. Alright, let's focus the lord. Those Wild Riders? Ooh, yikes.
Dread spears.
Dread Spears! Let's get ready to repel any nastiness here. So speaking of the Everchosen, we haven't even talked about it. Did y'all have fun? Did y'all enjoy it? It was pretty hog wild, as Turin would say.
I lust for slaughter.
Oh my gosh, my army is getting like torn apart.
All shall tremble.
Forward!
Malekith.
Hag!
Why are we moving so slowly?
Nagarothi. Battle call.
Forward, damn it!
Eager for battle. Slaughter them. Blood will flow. Dark shards. Kill them. We understand. Death is coming. Death. As you say. Following orders. Death.
Very well. Hear my words.
Dark elves. Kill them.
Dark Riders to the front!
Moving out. Masterless warriors. Dark shards. Nagarothi. Dark shards. To destruction. Dread spears. Back. Dark riders.
Oh, this
On to
hurts.
slaughter.
True heir of Anerion. Attend me.
Pull back.
Give me mana.
Kla!
Slay them. Battle calls.
I will have destruction.
Pull back. Dread spears. Advance, Rookie!
Ride!
Them bleed!
Ride now!
Malekith, fear my
Kill the Way Watchers, they hurt.
Kada!
Die, weaklings!
Oh, fuck.
Stop! Dread spears! Dark shards! The merciless host!
Do your job, you
My blade
dinguses.
hungers. Dark riders!
Malekith,
Bleak swords! Battle ready!
Guide them from the premises.
The merciless host!
Or escort.
Malekith,
Now save.
Speak dark deeds!
Advancing! Nagorothi!
Single bolt.
Orders understood! Dark shards!
Malekith,
I want that Lord. You hear me?
come forth!
Dark shards!
Malekith,
Which spell has the best animation in the game, do I think? Probably Flamespire Phoenix, which is so unfortunate that it's, like, not a great spell. Yeah, Belcon's Wood Elf army is super terrifying. Kind of wish it was tabletop format. 10-1 should have had a Skink Priest hero with the Lore Master title. Oh, that could have been fun. Oh, have fun with that, Gabby. Everybody wish Gabby a nice evening. She has to go work on, like, super ridiculous, difficult college shit that I do not envy her for. It's pretty bonkers, as the cool kids would say. So everyone tell her bye or you're banned.
Do not vex us further.
You will love her. You will suffer. Alright, let's do horses.
Lord of the Black Tower.
What lore of magic do I think is the weakest right now? Probably fire? I mean, they're all pretty good. Actually, I'd probably say the orc lore is probably the weakest. Zachary, you're fighting Falcon in a tournament? What turn are you fighting Falcon in?
King of the true
But what am I doing? Yeah, I guess I could save a lot of money if I go there physically. Oh, yeah, but I heal faster over here, so fuck that noise. Jesus. Admiral. Okay, we want him to get growth. There we go. Level up Haggrafe. Alright, we're stabilizing pretty well in most places.
The people grow restless.
Well, I don't think any of the lores are bad.
Lord of the Black
Tretch wants to be friends. I will accept this for the moment. We can always backstab him later. Shadow Online Gaming. I love Shadow. Oh yeah, isn't he running like a super tourney series right now? If memory serves. I guess I can. Do I have a non-aggression with these guys? I do. Okay, so I'm not gonna go after them just yet. Whoa, who likes me? The Forge Bound?
We must ask you to be quick. We do not tolerate. As ordered.
Okay. Can I like devour you guys yet? No, not yet. I can't.
Helibron, I have little time or love for diplomacy.
Yeah, okay, you stupid hag.
Cruel, you shall speak, and I. supreme
You're
sorceress.
stupid and nobody likes you. Alright, I need more harpies in my life.
I hate snow.
I hate snow.
King of Nagaro.
Alright, fucking Anakin. Okay, let's do 3 units of harpies, and that'll be good for the moment.
Cease your provocation.
Everything else is looking pretty good. Next turn, we'll go do the Circlet of Iron quest battle. I'm gonna go ahead and fire this bitch. Alright. Does the Lore of Beast transformation of Ken just let you use a lizardman monster in tabletop? No, no. So Noah Johnson, no. So what the transformation of Caden did in tabletop is it didn't even summon a monster. It would let your wizard turn himself into a monster. But the animations for that would have been absurd in Total War Warhammer, and it also was a spell that came with a lot of dangers that don't translate well into a live action format. So, but what it did in tabletop was it made it so that you would turn your wizard into one of a few monsters. Let's see. The Witch King desires the power contained within the Shrine of Ultimate Darkness, and what Malekith wants he usually gets, Ulthuan's destruction aside. For their part, the Chaos Gods know full well that what the Witch King plans, and so send their mortal followers to thwart him. Let's enjoy a quick speech, and then I'll keep talking.
These chaos dredges bore me. At least with the Asur, I can enjoy their death screams. Yet, it is a labor that must be undertaken. I claim this altar, not in Cain's name, but mine own. Savants of the desperate gods, I advise you, stay out of my way. If not, you shall face the might of the Truki, and our ways of killing are far more inventive than your own.
There we go. So a skink is cool transforming into a manicore? Yeah. The thing with the lizard, or the thing with the transformation of Caden is you would use it to turn into one of a group of monsters. You could turn into a manticore, a hydra. You could turn into a. Let's see, there was a manticore, there was a hydra. And then if you overcast it, you could turn into like a dragon. There were like 5 monsters. There was a chimera you could turn into. I think that was about everything.
Glorious destruction.
But the whole point is it wouldn't turn you into a thematic creature of your army. It would turn you into a very basic monster. That was like the whole point. So everyone who wants like unique monsters for the Lore of Beasts, that's not how it works. It's literally like that commercial where the lady's like, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. That's how I feel when everyone's been bitching about Tenebon not having a unique beast. Like, they only did that for the Von Karstein, and that makes sense because undead like tend to pervert all the things they touch. Nah, an eagle wasn't one of them. Duck and dodge! Duck and dodge! And we lost one. Go scout for me so I can see what's up. You wanna go, bro?
Mercy. Massacre them.
Come and get it. Have a fat soul stealer for your troubles.
Hear my words. I will have destruction. Come forth. Kana.
Harpies! To me!
The Witch King. Come forth!
It shall be. Whisper to me.
Bring your
Skilled murderess.
Witch elves, to me!
End them! Merciless warriors. Cold-blooded killers. Dread spears.
Malekith.
I'm already out of magic.
Merciless warriors.
Oops.
Slaughter them!
Harpies, escort them.
Certainly. Indeed.
Eager for battle.
I lust for slaughter.
Death hag.
Cold-blooded killers.
Make sure they don't come back. Bolthor, get your ass up here.
Dealers in death. Dread spears.
Hey!
As you say.
Well, you have to remember, Manticore isn't... It's not a chaos monster in the sense that it comes out of the realm of chaos. Manticores are just notorious for being very violent creatures, but they're not creatures of chaos in like a sense that only chaos can like utilize them. There are a lot of empire Manticores are naturally occurring creatures in the Warhammer world. They're just like griffins, in that sense. They're just violent and mean. So a lot of people are rightfully scared of them.
Following orders. By your command. Blood for Cain.
Fear me.
Femme fatale.
Femme fatale.
Weaklings.
For Cain.
Alright, Harpies are doing their job. Is that Bolthor up here yet? Eh, he's close enough.
Suffering for all.
Let's let that exalted hero have an opening, a volley, shall we?
Dark shards.
Dark shards.
Going. Brookie. Orders understood.
Harpies, if you finished off your prey, then return to me.
Malekith. Kada.
Fall back.
Brookie forward. At once.
I will have destruction.
Go hunt me some.
Glorious carnage.
We are ready. Cold-blooded killers.
Carnage.
Go hunt me some Chaos Lords.
Black guards. Eager for battle. Nagarothi. Nagarothi. Dead.
Mow 'em down.
Skilled murderesses.
Battle ready. Understood.
Yes.
Malekith. Advancing. I crave battle.
I'm surprised Chaos doesn't use Hydras. That's because there's no Hydras in the Chaos Waste. Hydras tend to live in really damp environments, in like cave systems, and Chaos just doesn't have a lot of that.
Fear no one.
Dark shards. On to slaughter.
Fire!
Malekith.
Oh,
Down
buff
the
time.
ranks.
Your shields are facing the wrong way, my dudes.
We don't forget.
Have fun dying.
No mercy.
Harpies, see them off.
Dread spears.
Helibranai, help
My blade
take these dudes out.
thunders.
Give me those sweet, sweet poison attacks.
Death is coming.
Malekith.
Dealers in death.
Alright, we can go ahead and speed up time, because this is pretty much over. Alright, the Iron Circlet is ours! I'm surprised the Cult of Sotek doesn't use Hydras. That's because Hydras are not, snakes. They're not related to serpents. They're more closely related to dragons. The Dark Elf Cold Ones and the Lizardman Cold Ones are different species. Lizardman Cold Ones are basically raptors that live in the jungles. Whereas the cold ones used by the Dark Elves are a subterranean species. Serpents are any reptile with a forked tongue. Oh, that's fair. But yeah, the hydras are pretty far removed from the type of creatures. They're not the type of primordial jungle monster you'll see the lizardmen use. Alright, so what does this do for me? Magic chance, winds of power, armor. Ooh, power of darkness is cheaper. And miscast chance, nice. All good things. Oh, and I can pick one of these. So I can get War Leader or Tyrant. Ooh, I'm actually really feeling Tyrant this playthrough. Yeah, I'm down for that. Let's do Tyrant and Motivation through Fear. So now slaves give me way more money. Alright, awesome. And then this place is going to rebel, so I'm going to run over here so I can heal up a little bit. What do I need to do for Destroyer? Oh, I need to raid. Okay. So I can get Cav now. Ooh, I can get Doomfire Warlocks. Nice. Upgrade the growth building. Another rebellion down south. Okay.
People grow restless.
Dark Elf Cold Ones had the cooler tabletop models? Yes, they did. I don't think anybody would argue with that. The Warhammer Fantasy, or the Lizardman Cold Ones are a little fat. But that's because the Saurus models were so big. The Dark Elf Rider models were a lot smaller, so their Cold Ones were able to be a lot thinner looking. And they also had the more recent sculpts, because they got 8th edition sculpts. The Lizardmen did not get new Cold Ones in 8th edition. So they did not get to enjoy the improvements. But it's mostly because their riders, the Saurus Warriors, were so fat that the unit models suffered a little bit because of that. Alright, that'll help me. Owning factions favored corruption when in own region. Oh, that's kind of cool that they did that. So if you're playing Morathi and you get this upgrade, you get Chaos Corruption instead. Alright, awesome. Ooh, I'll take Cleanse Corruption, actually. Because I do not enjoy large corruption when playing as Malekith. Alright, and then I need to roll over. I need to roll down to Hag Grafe as quick as I can. Oh, this moolah. Alright. Hag Grafe. Let's get the face of Hag Grafe, which gives us all sorts of goodies. Lizardman Cold Ones were close to having cool models. Yeah, the 6th edition Cold Ones were, if I remember, hideous. And the 7th edition ones were okay. Putting them together was such a pain in the ass, though. Like their command squad, like the musician, they gave you these drums, but they didn't like fit anywhere really nicely. So like putting them together was a pain in the ass. They were not a well-designed unit. Grand is dead? Oh, Hag Grafe took over.
Who seeks the mistress of
not Hag Grafe. Fucking her. I'd like to consume her faction, because I'd like to play with her, but I will kill her if I have to, and I won't feel bad about it. Alright, he's just here protecting all this crap for now. Let's get you some more spooky boys here. And let's grab Charter Piracy. No, let's get continuous slave supply. Alright.
The people are displeased.
Man, we're getting -4 from slaves. Damn. That's pretty bad. What's a unit I want to see added in the vein of a Necrofex Colossus, like something I never expect to see in the game? I think the unit I would least expect to see in the game, that I would like to see in the game, would be the Elementals. So every single lore of Magic has an Elemental, and they are super badass looking. They're called Incarnates. I think they're called Incarnate Elementals. So like the Incarnate Elemental of Death is like a twin-headed dragon serpent that has chains all around it that are connected to an hourglass at the center. Or like the one of Beasts is a giant, like, it looks like a giant man with claws, and it has the head of like a stag's skull. So it looks a lot like a Wendigo from our world. But it's made out of beast magic. The fire one, the one of Akshi, is like this giant flame, this giant fire creature that's like super. It has a very Araby theme to it. But they're all super badass looking. I'd love to have those. Alright, so I'm going to go claim the rest of this province. I think it's going to be my next objective. Because I'm kind of having a hard time getting all these little factions to play ball. Let's do another small gift here. And then who is... Okay, who is...
Dreadlord, acquit yourself well, and you know.
Man, you are all super bitchy. Who's Harkonneth at war with?
Kane's bride.
The Deadwood Sentinels and the Ripperhorn tribe.
Kane abhors diplomacy.
Will you allow trade? Okay, will you allow trade if I join your war against somebody? Like the Ripperhorn?
Weak and
Okay, what about these random Dark Elves over here? Wow, so they would actually be more upset if I joined that fight. What about the Hmong?
fine.
Okay, that's fine. I'm willing to fight. I'm willing to fight these doofuses. We will need a lord to defend this place then. Is that one lady back yet? Nope. We will put her in charge when she's back.
Knows no limits.
Alright, while that's going, I'm gonna ride out this way.
Lord of Nagaroth.
I don't want regular bolt throwers. Give me more.
Victory is mine.
I actually don't want these sorts either. Let's do that. Had the Lizardmen ever allied with any other races? Not in an official sense, no. The Lizardmen will help out other races from time to time. Like, the Lizardmen have actually assisted the, wow, he's strong economically? Huh. Good for you, Tretch. The Lizardmen have assisted the High Elves a lot. Because the High Elves have inherited a lot of their domains, which the Lizardmen are totally cool with, for the most part, as long as the High Elves don't, like, dig too deep and fuck shit up. So they're generally happy to help out when they can. But yeah. Supreme Spell Shield. Unlock a... Get a lot of money. Okay, so I just need to wait like one turn. Just don't do anything for one turn is basically what that says. Shortark Mountain. Okay. Actually, let's conquer our way backwards. So we'll start with Recto Gorge. And we'll go ahead and put this lady in charge.
Supreme sorceress strong.
Hello, Sundadara. The Akshi one is like an Ifrit. Yeah. The fire one looks like a burning Shaggoth. Get Godzilla to the Lizardman army. I mean, the Dread Saurian is essentially Godzilla. It just doesn't, like, have a laser beam attack. But the Dreadsaurian is a giant fuck you lizard. Okay, the Forgebound are dead. Get 37 units in total. That should be easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Alright, and then Dance of Death.
My cruelty knows no limits.
Hustle over to Recto Gorge.
Sorceress.
Oh, she leveled up. Nice. So I can get another point in Flock of Doom. So it's cheaper to cast. Okay, you can get super units. Level this thing up. I can build the Altar of Ultimate Darkness now, which is awesome. Pretty fitting, seeing as we just did the quest battle for it. And we can improve our Winds of Magic. And then we're going to have a Rebellion in Nagarond. Okay. Do Lizardmen and High Elves generally just get along, or is it quite a few spaced out instances? The second one. I would say they generally do not... They don't talk to each other, is probably the best way to put it. Like, most High Elves don't know that much about the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen are kind of a mystery to them. The High Elves just know to keep a respectful distance. Because the last time, the first time the High Elves went into Lustria, the one High Elf who made it back, the stories that he brought with them were very horrifying, generally. Oh, I need to do this one. Okay, let's go ahead and pop that real quick then. So let's do a demand highborn hostages, just so I can unlock it.
Desire.
Nope, we need him to come inside. Okay. Recto Gorge. Nobody's here, so we'll search the ruins. This one can't be a 3, it cannot be a 1. So it has to be a 2 or a 4. It can be purple or yellow. Wow, this one does not give a lot of hints. It can't... It has to be a... It's basically just a Sudoku puzzle. It's not a yellow 4. So it could be a yellow 2. It could be a purple 2. Or it could be a purple 4.
Curse this snow.
I'm not able to really... This one's not... Not easy to break down. Let's go for the blue. Let's go for yellow 2. Nope. Didn't really give us a lot of details to work with. Alright, Oh, I can get Sisters of Slaughter. Nice. Or Bolt Throwers. Even better. So let's get some Bolt Throwers. Another Corsair with Handbow. And then let's get Sister of Slaughter. We got more rebellions cropping up all over the place. And I should have unlocked this right. Never mind, I have not ended the turn yet. Alright, so we will capture Recto Gorge this upcoming turn. Well, no, I'm going to come back and deal with the rebellion first. Yeah, Skink Priests normally translate. Skink Priests can translate most languages. There are very few that they can't. Yeah, sure, I'll make a military alliance with Tretch just so I can see what he's up to. The nice thing about playing Malekith or Tretch, or generally a Dark Elf or Skaven character, is that you can just betray without really worrying about it, because your economy doesn't rely that much on having friends. But yeah, skinks, there are skinks that are specifically designed by the Great Plan to have excellent language skills, and it shows. Okay, let's go ahead and perform this right so we can get things a little bit under control. Because things are a little wild right now. Let's go back to this, upgrade this.
Bandying words with you will not please my lord.
Let's keep things going with
All
Hellebron.
right.
God damn, all my money's poofed. Alright. Granted, I feel like Admiral here has a lot to do with that. Let's get some more Sisters of Slaughter. Maybe cut down on the handbows a little bit and grab some of those. I think like 3 units of those would do, so we can drop a Black Ark Corsair unit. There, that's a nice 20 stack, and then he can go search for pirates and kill them. I feel like the Black Arks are actually way more interesting and powerful with the Vampire Coast DLC, because now you can like just search the high seas for the respawning pirate factions or just the treasure troves and just have them kill for eternity. Let's do charter piracy. Oh no, marching to war. Oops, I should have got that one already, actually.
I am the Witch King.
Do High Elves and Dark Elves speak each other's languages? Yeah, they both speak Eltherin. High Elves, Dark Elves, and Wood Elves all speak the same language. They've developed slightly different they have different dialects, and different terminology for certain phrases, but their languages are basically the exact same. And we're just going to keep upgrading the Black Ark until it's level 5. Could a Slan win against anything in a fist fight? Yeah. Not a lot. But you have to remember, a Slan would never used its fists to fight. I mean, they'd be more likely to just punch you with their mind. But they are large. I mean, like, if a halfling or a Noblar was, like, trying to climb a Slan's throne and attack it, a Slan could probably physically overpower them. Or at least, like, lean forward until he, like, falls out of his chair on top of them and crush them. I guess that would also be an option. Alright, they fell back. Need to get all these rebellions out of control so I can expand. And we'll just kind of keep an eye on Elithanar here. A Slan could probably punch you out. Feels bad, man. The thing about a Slan is, like, boxing against a Slan would not be fun because they're so large and they're actually surprisingly tenacious. So, like, they're fairly difficult to like, wound in a meaningful manner. Oh, these rebellions armies are getting nastier and nastier, aren't they? Look at you trying to be all cute.
King of the Tree. Destroy them.
Bye. Armor of Darkness.
I am the Witch.
I want to go get my shield. All right. Let's start working on my. I guess let's finish this area. Infamous Raider, Draft Master. Pick up the Regiment of Renown. Drop probably 2 units.
Ever vengeful.
And then let's drop.
King of Nagaroth.
This unit.
Overlord.
Deal with these guys on my way over. Okay, our public order looks like it's stabilized for the most part. And then let's grab 2 of these.
The Witch King is victorious.
And a butler. You done recruiting stuff yet? You are not. What? It says you are, but I can't move. Okay. Why can you not move? Whatever. I'll give you another turn. Maybe I did something and I just forgot.
We are restless.
FLC, yeah, the free LC Lord will be announced tomorrow. During a Total War live stream at 3 p.m. British Standard Time. Which I will be in that chat. A Slann boxing league. There used to be a... so Slann actually used to be really strong physically in the older editions. They used to have what were called Slann Lords. And they were terrifying. Because not only were they physically incredibly powerful, but their magical abilities were also incredibly powerful. Oh, I know why he's stuck. Because I am recruiting the these ladies. I'm recruiting the Sisters of Slaughter from my Black Ark. That's why I can't move. I don't know why I'm recruiting them from the Black Ark instead of from locally, but I did. Because I'm stupid. Alright, so let's do a little bit more army restructuring while I'm sitting here. So let's drop... Let's go down to 3. Let's actually stay at 1 Bolt Thrower. Because I can actually get some pretty interesting units now. Let's pick up 2 Doomfires. And... let's get a Dark Riders with Repeater Crossbow. Let's drop a Harpy unit.
Overlord.
And get another one of these. Alright, that should be good. I was sitting there, I was like, why the fuck can't I move my Admiral around? And that would be why.
Do not vex us further.
We're almost good for the Admiral to head out. We're not quite there yet, but we're almost there. Would a Slann beat a troll in an arm wrestle? No. No. Slann are not nearly as powerful as a troll. No. Christian, that is correct.
This world will be
Alright, finally I can fucking move.
Lord of the Black Tower.
Let's hurry up and get back to Recto Gorge.
On my way.
Whee! Oh, cool, something to do. But before we go capture that... oh, man, I can make some really powerful shit now. Too bad I gotta stay focused. Oh, how much do I need for this? 8? Okay, we'll wait for that. Let's go ahead and go do this fight, though.
Awaits.
Whee! Raid the cove! Oof, that's a pretty nasty army, actually.
Slaughter
Pretty sure we can
calls
take it.
us.
How excited am I for Chaos Bane? I'm very excited. Very, very excited. The next beta should be coming up here very, very soon. Can Croxagors talk? Yes, but their language is very limited. Each type of Lizardman has technically a different language. Like their vocabulary is exceptionally different. Because their vocab is... oh, this isn't right. I'm supposed to be on the high ground, not the low ground. Oh, wait, but I'm attacking. Never mind. Yeah, this is correct. If you're playing with a Black Ark and you are attacked, you will take the high ground. This is a little weird, though. This should be on an island map in this case. That's okay. Not a big deal. Alright, so let's do this. And we will hold them back until we can until we take out that mortar.
Dark elves.
Notorious BL. Hold on, I can't read that from because I watched the stream on my alternate screen, but it's just to make sure it's like working so I can read chat. But I watch it in like super reduced super reduced quality, so I can't like read script. Let me look at this real quick. Yeah, whatever, shut up. Notorious BLK donated $25. Said, this is for that killer save during the Steam outage during the Everchosen. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And yeah, that was pretty fun. I was glad I was able to do that. It was an unexpected thing. All right, let's get back to this. Yeah, that actually worked out really, really well for me. I mean, obviously, for I think the overall stream, it was bad, but for my personal moment, I guess, it made me look good. I mean, that was all very.
Carnage awaits. Onward.
I was able to. I was glad I was able to do that. It was a lot of fun, and it seemed like a lot of people on stream really appreciated it. Because I know I was worried that people were gonna see it and be like, ah, this is fucking stupid, you know, get to the fighting and yada yada yada. Grimlock Y. Yeah, I know, it's loud on mine too. Sorry, guys. My apologies. Which one is this? Okay, this one's the lightning bolt, which we want to hit the Lord with. No, we want to hit the artillery with, actually. Zap. Yep, that'll insta-kill artillery. Ooh. Mortars. Spread out dinguses. Alright, yeah, let's focus, for the moment, let's focus single bolts on the crab. While we wait for Kane's Lash to come back. And let's back up.
On to slaughter.
Choo 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 choo. Is my lord here? Yeah, he is.
Dreadlord.
I actually really like the,
I will feed them.
I really like this guy. I wish they would call him, instead of an admiral, they need to rename him to a Black Ark Fleet Master, or just Fleet Master. And I really hope they get a unique skill tree at some point. But I'm glad that they're actual characters now instead of just like some random thing. All right, that's another mortar down. Oh boy, here it all comes. Let's start letting these depth guard eat all the bolts. Keep firing. Let's run backwards, please. Not sideways.
Corsair handbows. Dread spears.
Alright, and then you all we're gonna make into a command group.
By your command.
And forward!
Dark elves.
Okay, I'll start giving some more explicit orders.
We are ready. Indeed. Yes. Battle calls. Slaughter them. Eager for battle.
Brides of Cain!
Death.
Skirmish mode is really fucking stupid sometimes. Literally tell this unit, like, okay, you're in a good position, just run backwards, and they proceed to, like, run sideways into the only thing that can hurt them. Alright, let's start raining hell. And just miss everything. Awesome.
Dreadlord. Dealers in death.
Let's fall back a little bit.
Leave it.
At once!
No survivors.
Fucking idiots.
My
Get out of there.
blade hungers. End them. We are
Spearman,
ready. Battle
cover those
ready.
gaps.
Druki, without question. Slay them. Feared by
Turn and
all.
focus my efforts on the crab.
Nagarothi, following orders. Terror and death. Nagarothi.
Focus the crab!
Tyrant. Bolt throwers.
Keep those bolts firing.
Dark shards.
Alright, let's redeploy.
On to slaughter.
Focus
Slay
my efforts on
them.
the enemy general. That mortar's still alive? Ugh. Good job.
Femme fatale.
Corsair handbows. Kill them. Taruki.
Take out the enemy guns. Put that there. Put that there.
Dread spears.
Slaughter.
Dreadlord.
Keep firing. Who is the cutest rat? The scribe from the campaign.
Dreadlord.
Obviously.
Bolt throwers.
You're like assistant dude. I forget what his name is off the top of my head.
It is done. We are ready.
He's like fucking
At
adorable.
once. Terror and death. By Drakira.
For Cain. Sacrifice them.
For the king. Bolt throwers.
Oh, bolt throwers.
By Cain.
Give me some counter battery fire.
The merciless host. Without question.
Okay, we won. Alright. Is my name really Sotek? Yes. That is what my parents named me. It's true. My parents named me after a snake god. That's 100% accurate. I wonder if epilogues for the new lords will have hints of things to come. Oh, that'd be neat. Well, actually, I don't think so, Dacklemore, because you only get new epilogues on race DLCs, not lords. Oh, Armor of Destiny. Nice. That was a really good pick, actually. Or a really good pickup.
Noble born.
Alright. I do need you to stick relatively around here for a bit, though. Alright, next turn. That upgrades. Good.
Yes.
Now I'll do the Supreme Spell Shield quest battle after I take over this area. Which seat is better, Mazdamundi or Thorgrim's? I know that Mazdamundi's is more comfortable. Thorgrim's is certainly more powerful and better designed, though. First name Lore Master of, last name Sotek. Yep. They created like these funny, like interesting slash funny slash amusing player profiles for everybody, including the casters. I don't know if they posted them, and if they did, where they posted them.
Cain abhors diplomacy.
But
Take it.
mine, like a lot of them, they had like people's real names, but on my name, that's what they did. They literally had it said my first name was Lore Master of, and then my last name was Sotek, which was just great. Fucking mosquito hawk, Jesus, annoying.
Yes. A vile plan.
Oh gosh. Okay, Haggrave. Let's upgrade you first, just so I don't forget. And then we'll start focusing on the massively expensive BS that's going to be my capital. Should go here. Oh. I don't think we're going to build a Dread Manse here. I think I'd rather have a Sorceress Abode. Or probably money, actually. Actually, maybe Black Roads could be good. But, okay, let's focus. Okay, this is probably the most important thing. Then I want bigger monsters. And then, yeah, let's build a Black Road. Because I don't need a Sorceress thing here, because I'm going to build that in Grand. Oh, but this gives me research rate. And I need... One of the achievements I need is, like, lots of research. So I guess anything that gives me research, I'll take. Ooh, another level up. Cheaper Flock of Doom and Wildheart. Nice. Nice. Alright. Mosquito hawks do not, in fact, eat mosquitoes. Ours do. That's why we call them that. Are y'all's mosquito hawks the same thing as ours? Our mosquito hawks? Is there any significant difference between Reaper Bolt Throwers and Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers? Eagle Claws are horizontal and Reapers are straight. That's the other one. A powerful sorceress who lives as a hermit in the Black Forest is the sister of one of my lords. She's been accused of sheltering traitors, and your minion pleads for her life. This reeks of concern, which makes your lord weak and fallible, yet makes her ripe for manipulation. Get bonus experience, or -6 loyalty, and I get the Lamentation of Despair. Well, she's already loyalty 10, so slay her!
Dark power.
Here, have your sister's item that you wanted her to survive, wanted her to live through so badly. Such is my mercy!
Malicious and cruel. My cruelty knows no limits.
Yeah. It's like, here's a new magic item. I killed your sister for it, but whatever. Deal with it. Charter piracy.
Join our bloody games.
It's like, welcome to being a dark elf. Sucks to suck. Get out of my face. Alright, so you need to finish healing up in friendly waters.
I admire.
Also, I want you to move as far north as possible, so maybe you can help out in that engagement way over there.
Speak, but choose your weak and feeble.
Ugh, you are so annoying. Do high elves do death magic? High elves do all magic. Like, they do all 8 of the basic winds. So do dark elves and wood elves and the Slann and the Empire. So the Empire, Slann, high elves, dark elves, and wood elves can use all 8 battle lores, and then the Slann, high elves, and wood elves can use high magic, and dark elves and wood elves can use dark magic. Though I will say that was a fairly recent update in the grand scheme of things. Most of the Elven factions actually had a very, very limited number of lores until 8th edition. 8th edition, they went, like, wild on giving everybody lores. Like, I think in 7th edition, the Dark Elves only had, like, the evil lores, which were, like, fire, beast, metal, and death on top of dark magic. The High Elves have always had, have had access to all of them, pretty much, for a really, really long time. And the Wood Elves used to have access to, like, life, the lore of Athel Loren, which was a unique lore, and then, like, one other one.
Dark Riders.
Like, beasts, I think. Lore Master has Spirit Leech. I do hope for the next Everchosen we get more time to do, like, I hope there's more time, and it's not, oh my god, they have 2 mammoths. This is going to be a little nightmarish. I hope we have time for, like, skits and stuff, because I have a really funny idea for a bunch of skits that we could do. That would be a lot of fun, but we'll see if there ends up being time for that. Those are ice wolves. It could kill them with my Dark Riders if we catch them. Alright, so looks like the main attack on the walls will come from this direction. So this is where I will put the Corsairs to deal with this BS with a Death Hag. And what is this? Oh, just javelins. Okay, we'll go ahead and give y'all a group of Witch Elves to help. And then oh, okay. Actually, no. I'll leave the Supreme Sorceress over here to use magic. Death Hag will help out over here instead. And I just want all the bolt throwers to mow down anything that gets in range. We're going to put another group of Witch Elves here to defend the gate with their frenzy nonsense.
The merciless host.
Yeah, you I'm going to put up here and just spread you really thin. There you go. So we activate the most towers that we can. See, this tower is going to go about like that, so it's not going to be that helpful. You can just hold that. Okay. And y'all are on explicit don't run away orders. Alright. Let's do this. Focus the berserkers. Yeah, mow those dogs down. I don't want to go out yet, though, because we're going to meet a lot of resistance from the skin wolves. And I want you to focus the mammoth. Those Marauder champions? Oh, geez. Never mind. Focus that. Are these just ferals? Yeah, okay. So we'll be able to mess them up pretty bad. Are these armored? No. Okay. Alright, we got options.
Merciless warriors.
Y'all go ahead and ride out and kill those skin wolves. I am going to do my best to flatten these berserkers. Right about there. Could have been better. Not terrible, though.
Dark power.
Alright. Let's make sure we are lined up properly. Good. And good. Okay.
Eager for battle.
Well, don't... Yeah, if you're going to engage them, just be careful. Bring them closer. Let the towers do most damage. Oh, this is good. We're actually luring these guys away from the fight. I'm happy about that.
Supreme sorcerer.
That.
I
And let them just kick ass and take names.
pain.
Oh, I have not been paying attention in the right places. Can we hit this thing? No? Okay, focus the skin wolves down then.
Witch elves.
Oh boy. You know what? In light of that, let's just, y'all kill the dogs. Oh, look how bunched up they are. Get it? Yeah, good hit.
Supreme sorceress.
Alright, fight's still going on okay. Get those skin wolves down, damn it. Pull away. Charge in.
Death hag.
Get your ass over here.
Nagarothi.
Put you all guys on guard stance. Kill the mammoth. Kill the mammoth!
Dark shards.
Oh, jeez.
Merciless warriors.
Shoot that thing. You.
Beyond compare.
Overcast Flock of Doom, here.
Summoning destruction.
Come this way.
Limitless power.
Do that.
Dark riders. Advance.
No, kill him before he makes it.
Attack. Carnage awaits.
Kill him.
Kill.
Okay, you get your ass back inside.
Dark rider
Oh,
crossbows.
no, what are you doing? Get back on the walls. Get on the walls. Get on the walls.
Orders understood. Dark shards. We are ready.
Did we kill the other mammoth? Oh, no, it is definitely inside.
Dark shards. As
Dark
you
shards to the walls.
Talak.
Death Hag, get on the walls, please. I ain't got time for your
say.
shit.
Dark riders.
Alright, there. Cast it there. Just cast it there.
Hearken to me.
We are ready. By blade.
Let's go
Hunger.
for some cycle charges out here.
Rookie. Understood.
Witch elves.
Witch elves, I need you over here.
Whisper to me.
Death Hag, I need you over
Eager
here.
for battle.
Dark shards, I need you down here. Nice.
You're
Yep.
it then.
Focus that lord.
Supreme sorceress.
Good job.
Forward.
Get back inside.
Suffering for all.
Where are those riders there?
Dark riders.
Get those champions.
Dark
Focus
shards.
the big thing.
Nagarothi.
Talak.
It is bad for my health.
Dark rider
Run away.
crossbows.
Run away.
Supreme sorceress. Foul
I need to skedaddle.
Do my
Shoot that thing.
We are ready. Onward.
Shoot those things.
We are
Shoot those
ready.
things. Keep it up, archers. Pew pew. Uh-oh.
Druki!
Oh, pig. Or mammoth.
Advance, Druki!
Get to the sorceress.
Dark Riders! Forward!
Head for the center of town, I guess.
Nagarothi. Nagarothi.
Kill them.
Witch elves.
By Drakira.
No mercy.
Get that mammoth out of here.
Dark Riders! Summoning destruction!
Charge.
Supreme sorcery!
Get her out of there.
Guided by a thought! To destruction!
Eager for battle. No mercy. Attack. Eager for battle.
I don't know what that is, but okay. Okay, witch elves are doing their job. You guys, let's go
To destruction.
to the center of town. Oh, they're getting army losses. Woo! Close. Woo. What lures do Chaos Dwarves use? Yeah, Fire, Metal, Death, and Hash It. Yeah. Wait, are we getting WAP and Lizzie FLC the same day? What is WAP? Samuel, thanks for the kind words, man. Never gave dwarves a lore. Was the lore of Athel Lauren good? It was. It was a very it was a very niche lore. It had a lot to do with manipulating the terrain. It was a little bizarre, to be honest. Alright, her loyalty has recovered, even though we killed her sister. Let's get Harkardi's blessing, and cheaper Ryzen's wild form. Make sure she behaves herself. Okay, and then in Nagarond, we want to grab this for the research rate. King of the Druki. And then let's grab higher cleanse corruption so we can get this chaos corruption out of my face. And we'll spend probably another 1 turn here, and then we'll go try and take Shroktak Mountain. Haggrave is about to rebel, but it's going to get a thing, so that's okay.
Dreadlord of Nagaroth.
And it is being guarded by a Dreadlord. Or not a Dreadlord, but a
Such slaughter
Black Ark,
awaits.
so that's okay. Alright. If CA adds 1 more Lord to each Warhammer 1 race, who would I like to see? Blake, is that including DLC for game 1, or do you just mean the base 4? I got back home. How did I like the new DLC? Kaio Heisel, I think it's the best DLC they've ever made so far. For a Lord pack. Obviously, it's hard to compete with a race pack, because race packs have a lot more funding and content. But I think the Prophet and the Warlock is fucking amazing. Yep, DLC 2. Okay. Oh, Logan. Have a good night, Logan. Lizardman plus Lore of Life broken in tournaments. I don't know. I think Slaawn are not the most difficult thing in the universe to goon. So I don't think it would be an exact, like, ass beating for everybody. But I do think if Slaawn were given the Lore of Life, they would need to be very expensive. Like, Slaawn would need to be at least... Like, the Lore of Life Slaawn would need to be notably more expensive than the, other one.
Feel my power.
No! Stop
So
letting your loyalty go
brave.
down. Be loyal to me. Rite of Cain. So that Malekith's army will heal much faster. Now we're talking. The washed up, thanks. Okay, so if I gave one legendary lord to every game 1 race, what would I do? So for Norska, as goofy as it sounds, I genuinely, I'm not memeing, I'm being 100% honest. I would genuinely do Surtha Ek as the third Norskin legendary lord. As like a CA unique character. Then for Wood Elves, I would do the Sisters of Twilight. As the next one, I would like to see Ariel. Well, it could be Ariel or the Sisters of Twilight, but I think my first knee-jerk... Oh, God, I fucking hate this one. I think my knee-jerk reaction person I would go with the Sisters of Twilight. Anestra and Arahan. And then for the Beastmen, I would do the Doom Bull, Tarex the Brass Bull. For the Warriors of Chaos, I would do... let's see. For the Warriors of Chaos... I would do Galrach, I think. Because although technically Galrach is a Tzeentch character, he's still pretty heavily in the realm of like overall chaos, and kind of does his own thing. So I would do Galrach for the Warriors of Chaos. Then for the Vampire Counts, who do have a lot of lords. But if I had to pick a lord for the Vampire Counts, I would go with, Vampire Counts, my big thing would just be, like, not a Von Karstein. So, I would do Zacharias the Everliving for the Vampire Counts to give us a Necrarch legendary lord. And give him his really big spooky dragon, because he's like the big Vampire Count dragon character. Then for the dwarves, I would do Thoric Ironbrow, because we still don't have a Rune Lord legendary lord for some reason. That would give us a Rune Lord legendary lord, which hopefully would incentivize them to do a couple of little rebalancing things. Like, the Anvil of Doom is terrible. The Anvil of Doom's, in my opinion, to be way stronger. Then for, who am I missing? The Empire. The next Empire Lord I would do... You want peace? No. The next Empire Lord I would do would be... I think I would go with either Marcus Wolfheart as like a shooty lord to be really different. But if not Marcus, then I would probably pick Electric Count, who's fairly far away from... I'd probably go with like Marius Leitdorf. Or Leitdorf, I think is how the Germans insist he be pronounced. So I'd probably go with Leitdorf. He's super funny. Granted, I should note that in all the characters I'm listing, that's not including lords that are already in the game that I think need to be playable. Like, for instance, like, I think the Red Duke and Boris Todbringer should both be playable lords. But I think that's going to happen eventually, because it just takes some minor tweaks. And then the last character, who's the last race I'm missing? Greenskins. For Greenskins, I really want to see Gorfang Rotgut upgraded to a unique character. But he's already in the game, so I'm not going to count that. So my Greenskin pick would be Grom the Paunch. I think it's everybody, right? Oh, Bretonia. Bretonia? I just pick a duke. I don't know. I'm not really attached to any Bretonian character in particular. Just pick whoever you want.
Glorious carnage.
Oh, this one's super easy. Okay. Is it this? Nope, it's not the steps. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's the Serpent Fang. Woo! That was the easiest one. Oh no, we're suffering attrition. I need to get over there. Like, soon. Alright, we're not gonna have time to capture this settlement. I have to haul my ass over there. I didn't realize he was waiting me out. I think if Bretonia was gonna give a fourth lord, you know who I would do for Bretonia is there is an equivalent to a Robin Hood in Bretonia. So I would make him the legendary lord. I don't think there's like I don't think there's a singular character, but there's a group of guys called the Faceless, who are essentially the no, they are essentially the Robin Hood and his band of merry men. You know, and their whole thing is that they go after the dukes and rulers of Bretonia who are assholes and steal money from them or try and kill them if they can. So those are who I would go with. No Gorbad Ironclaw? No, Gorbad is not someone I'm super interested in seeing anytime like super soon. Of course I would like to see Gorbad, but I don't think Gorbad is as interesting to me as Gorfang Rotgut or Grom the Paunch is.
Supreme sorcery.
Corsairs.
Witch elves.
Especially because Gorfang is like super dead, which, you know, that hasn't really stopped any characters from being in the game, but and
Dark power.
not Gorfang, Gorbad, but Gorbad would be really, really cool. But Gorbad does kind of have a lot of overlap with Azhag as far as like what makes them really special, because the whole thing with Azhag and Gorbad is that they were both super smart and they actually use strategy.
Cold-blooded killers.
The only other things about them that are particularly famous is that, like, Gorbad has a lot of, Gorbad has quite a bit of, trying to think of the right word. He kind of has a, 40k vibe to him, because he has, like, the giant metal claw hand and a bunch of other random shit. Wow, I have unlimited casts of this? Holy shit, that is very good. What's the range? Oh, it's very short. Okay, focus those champions down.
Fell sorcery.
Which Eltharion, the Grim, Blind Swordmaster, or Griffin Lord? So, Blake, you know how all of the more recent lords, a lot of them at level 12, they have like two different paths, like Tyrion and Malekith. You can do the really, really good ruler or like really powerful badass pathway. That's what I would do with Eltharion the Grim. I would have one pathway where it's Eltharion the Grim, who's like more of a noble leader, and then I would have the Blind Swordmaster be his other path. Gorfang or Snabla Grobspit would be cool. Yeah, Snagla Grobspit would be an awesome character. He would make the transition from hero to lord pretty well. Plus, he would finally give us like a forest goblin lord, which would be pretty slick. Oh, that did all of nothing.
Corsairs.
Are they in range yet?
Duress.
Not quite.
Merciless warriors.
Focus the mammoth.
Dark shots.
The mammoth.
Massacre them.
What? I can't use... Why can't I... I don't know why I can't fire it from up here. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna leave then.
Battle calls.
Dark Conduit. Hey, Berserkers. Goodbye.
Summoning destruction.
Need to head over this way. Okay, that mammoth is gonna come in whether I like it or not. Whatever.
Death hag.
Nice job. Go help over here.
True key sorceress.
Cav,
Murder
that way.
awaits.
Hecate, guide me.
I don't think I can use this from a wall. There should be a mod coming out this week that does that exactly that with Eltharion. That's cool. I would love to see Growthor the Beast Lord brought back. Oh, well, Growthor the Beast Lord would just be fun to play. It's not Growthor, it's Gorthor, by the way. The Washtub, donate $10 to the chat. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Queek versus Grimgor without prep. Whose corner am I in? Grimgor Ironhide. Queek really struggles. Actually, no, Queek Head Taker, actually.
Seeking entertainment.
And the reason for that, funny enough, is because Grimgor does not wear a helmet.
Dark shots.
I think that is literally the deciding factor. Grimgor does not wear a helmet. I think that's literally the deciding factor. Because when Grimgor Ironhide fought Queen... not Grimgor. God damn it. Man, I'm stumbling over my words. When, who was it? When Queek fought Gorfang Rotgut, there we go. Queek actually lost that fight because Gorfang's armor was so thick that Queek couldn't hurt him.
Dark shots. Cold-blooded
And
killers.
that is also exactly what would happen. That's, you know, I mean, that would literally happen all over again with, ooh, don't die. You're actually kind of important to me. Kill him, somebody. Kill him, somebody, kill him. Don't get him? Good. Now kill him. I will stay here at a distance and cast Walks of Doom. Bring it down! Bring it down! Yeah, Grimgor is stronger than Gorfang, but Queek doesn't give a shit about strength. The whole thing about Queek is just if he can get a wounding, if he can get to you. And I honestly think Queek has the ability to plant Dwarf Gouger in Grimgor Ironhide's head. I do think he would be able to pull that up. Oh, this is going to be bad. Stay away from me!
Seeking distraction.
Oh shit! Oh shit! 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 Shit!
I
Ah!
summon thee. Seeking
Oh god!
entertainment.
Didn't work! Did not work!
Dealers in death.
Save me!
Supreme sorcerer. Come to me.
Get your asses in here!
Spell sorcerer. I summon thee. Supreme
Okay, good. Army losses kicked in. I was getting a little nervous.
Dark shots.
Supreme sorceress.
Wipe him out.
Glorious destruction. Dark shots. We are ready.
Hearken to me.
Grimgor is stronger than Gorfang, but unknown to most people, Gorfang is much more heavily armored than Grimgor is. Like, Grimgor wears a ton of armor,
Limitless power.
but, Gorfang has more. Gorfang has more armor than Grimgor does. And he wears a helmet. A big helmet.
My bidding. Summoning destruction. Seeking distraction.
Where do you think you're going? I have not given you permission to leave.
My bidding. Kill them.
Queek or Kolek? Ah, Kolek. Queek would not be able to do anything to Kolek Suneater. Queek does not have the means to kill Kolek. It would take the only Skaven capable of killing Kolek
Enchantress.
would be if they had prep time. If they had preparation time, Skrulk or Skrulk, Thanquol, or Ikit Claw could kill Kolek Suneater. But those are the only three. The rest of them would get absolutely obliterated. Random Dwarf versus Random Saurus. The Saurus will come out on top probably 8 times out of 10. Queek or Matt Ward. I would have to give it to Queek, just because I'd want to see somebody like put a spike through Matt Ward. Can Queek reach Grimgor's head? Yeah, he can. Queek's bigger than most people think he is. You have to remember that. Queek's not fucking tiny. He's large when he wants to be.
Lord of the Black Tower.
Oh, right. They won that engagement. That was the only reason I was going to fall back. Okay, so we have the Iron Mountains under control. Swell. Yeah, I want the growth, but...
Lord of the Black Tower.
Okay, what do we got going on here? Let's do that. Alright, things are looking pretty good. I need to deal with these fucking beastmen.
Supreme sorceress of Grond.
Alright, you're doing okay and don't seem to be interested in rebelling like a good girl. Let's do Pants Impenetrable Pelt and Evasion. Alright, and once... I think next turn we'll begin the ritual. I might need to hire another lord. Queeker Jesus. Shut up, Goji. What about Bugman instead of another Rune Lord? No. Nope, absolutely not. Legendary Lord, the next dwarf Legendary Lord has to be Thoric Ironbrow. We do not have a single Rune Lord Legendary Lord, and it's bullshit. Do I ever think we'll get Malice Darkblade? Yes. Bugman can bite me. I actually don't think Bugman would make a very good Lord. I think Bugman would actually play better as a hero character, not a Lord character. The Black Flood? Oh yeah, that's down here. And it's a Chaos faction. Hooray. Whoa! What the fuck happened? I wasn't even paying attention. Was this Beastman? Damn. Damn. 3 turns, 4 turns, and I get healed? Yeah, let's go this way. Somebody's been busy. Alright, let's get this whole place under control as quickly as possible.
The strong rule here.
The strong rule here. Alright, and I want you to float your merry little ass down here. Fucking Beastman. Messing all my crap up. Would I like to see Norse dwarves? No. There is no battle difference between regular dwarves and Norscan dwarves. They are very, very similar when it comes to their fighting styles. The Norscan dwarves just have a different culture. If you wanted to simulate playing Norscan dwarves, then play dwarves, but don't use any black powder weapons. Don't use any black powder weapons. Don't use gyrocopters. Don't use anything more advanced than like... Oh, god damn it. That's it? A lord and a... I think I can win this. Malice versus Malekith? Malekith if Malice had all of his legendary items from his, like, entire quest story, he might be able to kill Malekith. But, most of the time that's going to go pretty heavily in Malekith's favor. That would come down pretty heavily to, I forget what the demon inside Malice is named. I think it's like Tazarkan.
Eager for battle. Cold-blooded
Alright,
killers.
and we want to kill the Lord first because he cannot regenerate. Come and get us, assholes. Unfortunately, Dark Conduit's not going to be very useful here. Well, it might do some damage, but we'll see.
Dark shards.
Are clean-shaven dwarves a thing? Hopefully not. Normally, hopefully not. A clean-shaven dwarf is a dwarf that is not in a good place. Not in a good place with that.
Dark elves.
Fire! Wait. Oh, wait, I should have done the wolf first. He has, like, way less leadership. Keep firing! Keep firing!
Nagarothi. Onwards to murder. The merciless
Oh, shit, he's coming right for us! Ah! Oof.
Bleak swords.
Can we see him? Oh, good. Okay, let's just rain down
Dark
bolts.
elves. Bleak swords.
Come around. Oh, okay, we got this. Yeah. Potion of foolhardiness. Whoa, look at you. Alright, wait until I get the signal.
Battle ready.
Signal! I don't want to waste that.
Dark shards. Bleak swords. Battle ready. Onward.
Fall back! Fire!
Cold-blooded killers.
Surround him.
Spooky. No
Poke him to death! Activate the Dark Conduit now! What did the Dark Elves think about Skaven? That they're probably annoying and a huge pain in the ass like everybody else does.
Dark shards.
The Dark Elves don't consider them a threat. The Dark Elves are way too arrogant to realize the threat of the Skaven.
Merciless warriors.
So are the High Elves. I mean, the only elves that have like a realistic understanding of how dangerous the Skaven are the Wood
Bleak
Elves.
swords.
Alright, that's good. Thank you. Mogwai, man, the only place where there are no Skaven is Ulthuan. I mean, the Skaven have invaded Ulthuan a number of times, but they exist underneath everything else. Good job. I was gonna be pissed if I lost that settlement. Nakai revealed today? It could be Nakai. I don't think it is, but it could be. But yes, the Free LC Legendary Lord is being revealed today. From what somebody in chat said earlier.
Supreme sorceress of Grant.
Alright, yeah, you can stay there a little bit longer. And your loyalty is going up, that's good. Does Skaven have night vision? Yes. Skaven can see very well in the dark. Oh yeah, never mind. That settlement's totally fucked. They've got a mammoth. Okay, Norska, now you've made me mad.
The whispers grow louder.
Lord of the Black Tower. King of the Trupia. My
I will deal with this invading force, and then I'm going to come up there and brutally murder everyone. You, prepare for war.
My powers are yours.
I'm angry now. What kind of buffs do you think Queek needs? I'd have to look at him specifically, but I think the problem with Footlords, or with like Queek and Grimgor, and Sigvald, and every other lord that can only be on foot, is that the system for Footlords is inherently broken. So we need to come up with a fix for them. That's kind of the point we're at right now. And I do not think that giving them all mounts is the option. Giving every single character in the game a mount, I think, is a stupid solution to fixing an intrinsic issue with the game.
fight for me or die.
Caster Footlords are viable? Yes, but that's also because casters don't need to be involved in combat.
Vengeful.
Problem are combat lords. Alright, what are we looking at? Yeah, I'm gonna need Quartermaster, because I got a lot of shit I gotta do. Oh, god damn it. No, stop conquering stuff.
Before the Black Court.
Wait, oh no, okay, this is not Tretch. Let's see if I can grab the Temple of Cain real quick.
You shall not rest.
Before I head back north. Wow, he is just gonna, like, fuck up all my shit. Well, Raktor Gorge may be able to hold out. But most of this place is not gonna do so hot.
Mother of the Dark
Alright, that place will hold. It's got walls. I need you to head out for
taking control.
here. Hustle now.
Rookie Lord. I admire.
Oh, wow. I have not been paying attention to this guy, and his population is, like, super high now. Whoops. Do that. That. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Actually, wait. Don't do that one yet. Do this one. There you go. And you're rank 5, right? Yeah, okay. Cool. Would just mass fix them? Probably not. The issue with Footlords is that the issue is that the thing that made Footlords good in tabletop that did not translate to Total War is that Footlords could hide in units and therefore were protected, despite the fact that they had less armor, less speed, no mount bonus attacks, you know, and yada 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 into infinity. And I think the defensive buffs of being able to hide in a unit are the most important thing. So that's kind of the difficult thing. And also, you know, like Mogwai Man said, another issue is that a lot of Footlords just get outrun. Like, people just run away from them, which can be a big pain in the butt. Though I don't think that problem is as intrinsic. Because if you can get characters to... you can have characters be very dramatically impactful on a battle without having them be fast. I don't think speed is a problem. Because, for instance, if Footlords, because they're on foot, and like fighting side by side with their infantry were given more substantial leadership buffs and had like they had a more dramatic effect on leadership and are also larger leadership auras, I think that would go a really, really long way towards making them more impactful on the battlefield, so that your enemy would want to go after your super powerful melee lord. And on top of that, I think some of them need to be immune to knockdowns. Like, Grimgor Ironhide should probably just be bigger and should not get knocked down. Or it should take something huge to knock him down. All of the Dwarf Lords, I think, should have a unique ability that lets them root, essentially. So they're immune to knockdown. Like, just flat out immune to it. Even if it's like a ability that they have to, like, trigger. As opposed to something that just, like, automatically goes off. Because there are times you want to get knocked down. Like, if you're being chased by, like, a dragon or something, generally it's better to get knocked down if you're a Footlord than it is to just, like, stand up and take it. Because just standing there and taking it can actually be really bad. Because it lessens your chance to mitigate damage. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. I'm trying to think of other shit. I think the biggest thing is that, yeah, Oath Stones could be a good way to represent that. But like, what was I saying? Kind of the big things are, well, that's a dead mammoth. Kind of the big things are that Footlords need to have a way more dramatic impact on leadership, in my opinion. I also think they need to have a more dramatic effect on, they need, some of them need the ability to resist being knocked over. And then I think they need a defensive buff. So, like, in Tabletop, we had a buff where even if a Footlord was running around by himself, he could pop something called, Look Out, Sir. Which literally was, like, the guys next to him, like, pushing him out of harm's way at the last second. And I think something like that could be done for Total War, where, like, you would trigger Look Out, Sir, and it would allow your, it would give your character, like, a buff. Or, like, if your character was standing within 30 meters of a friendly unit, it would give him, imagine if it gave him, like, 20% physical resistance like Guardian did. Or maybe even higher. Like, that could instantly make Footlords a considerable bit more resistant to just brutal amounts of damage. But it would take some experimentation. And one of the things that I'm actually going to make a big... No, magic users are fine. Just melee lords. I don't think magic lords need any buffs. They seem to perform exceptionally for their cost. They're not super hyper difficult to defend. Yeah, if people are like, oh, my magic lord's not very good, even though he's running around on foot, then sorry, you need to have better positioning. There's nothing wrong with magic lords on foot. The only people who have a problem are magic lords, or are infantry combat lords. Those are the guys that need adjusting. Okay, we need to get these fucking infantry out of here. Run, run! They're actually, like, really fucking fast. Okay, we caught that Ice Wolf chariot, so that's good.
Battle ready. My blade hungers. Kill everything. Slaughter them. Forward. Druki.
Turn and fire! Turn and fire!
Shots. Cold-blooded killers.
Those Dread Spears could rally, I would be super happy. Alright, that unit's pretty much dealt with. Yeah, you run to those allies. Keep firing. Keep firing! Keep firing! Okay, everyone here that's not a Dread dude, run south. Fuck out of there. Alright, we got this. It's a little haggard, but we got it.
Moving out.
Go help there. Run! Run!
No
Spears, help me.
dark elves.
Part of run, do you not understand? Skedaddle, flee. Run, run, flee, flee.
Slash. Kill. Cold-blooded
Get out of there.
killers.
Turn and fire.
Is coming. Druke, forward.
Turn and fire. Alright, we got him.
Bleak sword.
Ooh, that was a little ugly. Stay on them.
Dark shard.
Crossfire. Do as much damage as we can.
Bleak swords.
Can Queek kill Malekith in a one-on-one? No. That's pretty unlikely. Queek specializes,
Dark shards.
So the thing you have to keep in mind with characters like Queek is not, well, Skaven in general, are not characters who would, like, walk out into an open field against another powerful character and engage them, like, in a respectable duel. The way Queek would fight Malekith is that Queek would send, like, waves and waves and waves of, like, cheap, stupid shit at him. And then he would journey forward with his Red Guard. And then Queek would fight Malekith once he was rather tired or, like, was on the ground. Then Queek would go after him and duel him. And that is when Queek would be capable of killing Malekith. But the kind of the big thing about that whole battle is that Queek is very aggressive and honorable as far as Skaven go, but he's still a Skaven. And he would use every nasty cheat in his arsenal in an attempt to kill Malekith. And in that line of logic, yes, he can kill Malekith. Oh, this should be fairly easy. Okay, so it can't be a 1. Can't be a 2. It cannot be blue or red. So it's one of these. You got purple, purple, purple. Yellow, yellow, yellow. 1, 1, 2, 4, 4. Either of these could have a 4. Cannot be a 3. There's already a 3. Wait, no, it can be a 3. 3, 3. 4, 4. 2, 3. So this is a 1. So this is a 4, so it has to be a 3. Oh, that's a good one. 3 is the correct answer.
Knows no limits.
Supreme sorceress of Grog.
Yeah, have that. That is a really good one. That's the missing spell from the lore of dark magic. Felheart was a waste of a slot. Oh boy, Heisel, I do not agree with you.
Your desire?
Not one bit.
Behold, true power.
I think Felheart is awesome. The only thing Felheart needs to be, like, super awesome is to get the treatment of the Vampire Coast. Like, if they would make it so that he is his Black Ark, then he would be, like, a top-tier character. But I think he was a great add. I have 2 sons. I have 2 of these. I only have... No, I have 2 tongues. I have 1 steep. Potion of toughness.
What
Nice.
is your dark purpose?
No, not you.
A black-hearted rogue.
Nice. Can I do the quest battle from here? Awesome. Yep, this is the one where I have to fight the lizardman.
Merciless host.
I'm okay with Tretch. I don't think Tretch was bad for a free LC character. He looks fine. I do wish that they had made his spear thing a little bit better looking. He's a little lazy looking compared to his tabletop model, because he has a really sexy tabletop model. But Tretch Craventail, I don't think he was a bad free LC. As much as I hated him for speech. Hold on.
Those that fought to slay me, know that I hold no grudge. For betrayal is part of our way. But now I expect you to die for me. The reptiles will seek to snare us, but we are the hunters. The trap is mine to spring. Ensure it is executed. Begin the attack. Return to me my spell shield. Ensure we are the hunters, not the prey.
Alright, anyway. The only issue I have with Tretch, like, legitimately, is that he, like, the only problem I have with Tretch is that he, starts in Nagarond right now, and, in Mortal Empires. And once they add the Game 3 to the Mortal Empires, I really hope they put him back where he's supposed to be. In Crookback Mountain. Crookback Mountain. If they don't put him in Crookback Mountain, then I'm going to be a little upset. Let's set up right about here-ish, actually.
Rise of Cain!
Or shall die.
Set I!
As you say, on to slaughter.
Go kill skinks.
By Drakira!
Harpies, do your job. Kill the wizard.
Druki! Dark Rider crossbow.
You doing? Go.
Malekith.
Come and get it.
Battle ready!
Oof. Actually kind of hurt.
Battle calls. Advancing.
Cain chosen!
Bolt throwers. Dark elves. You understand? It is done. Dark elves. By Cain.
Takes for fucking ever for your allies to show up on this one.
Eager for battle.
Witch elves.
Mothers of murder! For Cain!
Kill them.
Alright.
Kada! Hear my words.
Let's have some fun.
Kada! Hear my words.
Oh, that was almost a mistake. Good thing I used my potion before that.
I depart.
Kill them.
Once. Dealers in death.
Fall back.
Onward. Carnage awaits. Death.
Oh shit, skinks.
Cold-blooded killers. Hack. Cut. Bolt throwers.
It's getting a little dicey.
Command. Attack.
My army's a little spread out.
Malekith.
Witch elves! Drook! Kin!
Battle ready.
Kada!
Dealers in death. Understood. By your command. Dealers in death.
Ceaseless!
Battle calls. As you say.
At once!
Following orders. We understand.
Without question!
Without question. Following orders. Merciless warriors. Druki.
Malekith. Malekith comes.
Blackguards.
I crave battle. Hear my words.
Here come all my stupid allies. Took them 1,000 fucking years.
Dark shards. Make them
Focus fire,
bleed.
dipshits.
Destruction awaits.
Let's do that. So you can get off one final soul stealer.
Dealers in death. To destruction.
We are ready. The merciless host. Order understood.
Death hang.
Rookie. Understood. Withdraw.
Ugh, we were taking a ton of damage. How do I feel about the new Priest and the Warlock DLC? It's awesome. If you look down in the description of this live stream, you'll see a Fanatical link, and if you go to that link, you can actually pick up the DLC 20% off instead of only 10% off. And I highly, highly, highly recommend this DLC to anybody. I think of the Lord packs especially, this DLC is the best one. The quality just kind of continues to keep going up. Whether you're a Skaven or Lizardman player, there is a fuckload of content. And this DLC is fantastic. It's really, really good.
Malekith, I will have
Deal with all
destruction.
these fucking annoying ass units.
All shall tremble. The Witch King, chosen of Cain.
Okay, I need to deal with these fucking skinks, because nobody seems interested in dealing with them.
Attend me.
Rookie. Dark rider.
Your job, get in there.
Shut! Sacrifice them!
Dark shards.
Death hang.
Ha!
Nagarothi.
Fire, damn it!
Malekith, I depart.
I'm a little pit off with the 10-1 start position in the Vortex campaign. Don't worry too much about the Vortex campaign one.
I am ready.
That one's pretty decent.
With rage.
I know it looks bad, trust me, but it's not bad. Can I talk about the primal thing? What primal instincts? Nurglitch, yeah. Yeah, Lord Nurglitch. Though, although they seem similar, there's actually some pretty distinct differences between Nurgle and Clan Pestilence. Like, there are little things they get along on, but there are a lot of things they don't. What's the passive? Oh, okay, he just further hurts enemy magic. Nice.
Lord of the Black Tower.
Cool, cool. When do I get Seraphon? 18? Next turn. Okay. Or next level. Cool, cool.
Join our bloody games.
Get Recto Gorge where it needs to be. I think pretty much all of these we're going to put Black Roads. Just so the campaign movement through this area can be, like, super fast.
Supreme sorceress of Grant.
Oh, yeah, I got an assassin. Go assassinate people. Is there any annoying heroes? There are some up here. Go do your job. Will I do a 10-1 stream playthrough? Oh, yeah. Dude, tell us. Kidding? We're gonna do a, we're probably gonna do a legendary campaign on, Vortex. Well, we'll probably do a vote, actually. Yeah, so Primal Instincts, the new way it works is that now it only activates when your unit's at the 20% threshold, which quite frankly, a lot of the time your units will break at 20% before they hit 20%. So Primal Instincts doesn't activate terribly often. It's more likely to activate when the unit's rallying from fleeing, or if it's like, you're down in the deep grits of fighting. But, so once you hit 20%, it activates. And what it does is it causes your unit to rampage. But, in addition to rampaging, they get, I think it's like +8 melee attack and +13% charge bonus. I think it's something like that. I don't know the exact numbers. So, although it does slow you down, or it does cause you to lose control of the unit, it also gives them that's a substantial damage buff, especially for like Kroxigors and Saurus. Like, that's nothing to be laughed at. And yeah, it's a pretty powerful upgrade. I know a lot of people don't like it, even though I really don't understand the hate on Primal Instincts.
I have rights to...
Like, to me, it seems pretty silly when people, like, bitch and moan about it.
Will hear your request.
Whoa, you have, like, all the things. Why can I not confederate you? What? Oh, no, there it is. Okay. I just couldn't see it because I was negotiating trade. Alright, let's, Oh, wow, I can actually get you for a bunch of money. How much money? Okay.
Such delight.
Thanks, Mom. Ooh, next turn we get to upgrade Nagarond. Ooh, yeah. And I'm gonna have all the monies. Alright, and now that we've got this place relatively under control, let's go ahead and ask for more slaves. And here we can start accepting slaves.
I am the Witch King.
Awesome. Things are looking good. Yeah, Guilty Melty, yeah, I agree. Yeah, Cold One Knights are actually really, really good. So are Cold One Riders, Saurus, and Kroxigors, thanks to the new rule. I hope they fix it to be able to move your capital. Well, they just put that in 3K, so I think there's a chance we could get that as an update, but if we do, it might be a while. And it might not be until Game 3. Anyone who could even stand remotely a chance of beating a Slaawn in a Mage Elf would have to... Or, a Slaawn in a Mage Off would have to be an Elf. Not necessarily. There are humans, like Chaos Lords, who could theoretically take on Slaawn. Certain demons can take on Slaawn.
Feel my power.
I'm trying to think of the others off the top of my head. There are... Oh, wait. Can I... Oh, hold on. Don't do that yet. I'm gonna move Malekith over here, because I have a buff to reduce the cost of construction. Ooh, look at that. Look at those savings.
We shall not rest.
Malekith, the grand saver of gold.
I suppose.
That's all he really cares about, is getting those bargains. Let's get growth. And then give me that. And then give me that. And I don't have enough money.
Your desire?
For you to sit there and shut up. Did I play Total War games before Total War Warhammer? Yes. I put a total assload of hours into Shogun 2. I loved Shogun 2 so much. Do I think Clan Mulder and Eshin will be playable someday? Mulder, definitely. Eshin, maybe. Eshin's a little wonky. Because I feel like the only Eshin character we'd be interested in getting would be Deathmaster Snitch. But he doesn't really make sense as a... He doesn't really make sense as a lord. He makes more sense as like a legendary assassin hero. And I feel like if they were going to put him in the game, I'd like all the races to have all the Skaven to have access to him, not just Eshin. So I don't really see Eshin as being a very good playable faction.
Merciless.
But Molder, absolutely. Alright, I need to raid somebody. I guess I can go fight... Oh, wait, I'm going to go fight the Norskins. Derp. That's what I'm going to go do. I need to upgrade my army anyway. So let's haul butt over to here. So I can start upgrading.
Cain abhors diplomacy.
Why are you such a pain in my ass, woman? Okay, you can go out on the high seas now.
Such slaughter awaits.
I no longer require you to just stand here awkwardly.
Double time.
Go find me
Ill.
infinite treasures. Nice.
A bloodthirsty fiend.
Alright, we can begin the ritual.
The ritual is underway.
Alright, where is the
Be
invading
wary,
force?
though, for while the vortex is weakened, the forces
Way
of
down there. Okay, that's good. That's not bad. I'll actually bring Malekith back, and we'll worry about dealing with them. Teclis got scared of Aslan's presence, so there's no way he could be one. Well, that particular moment was a younger Teclis. I think the Teclis as he is now could take on Aslan. Probably not like Mazdamundi, but he could take on Aslan. Cancel the DLC and release Malice Darkblade? No thanks. Do I think we're gonna get Gazunda Wall Rattler? I don't even know who that is. Why do I not have a garrison here? What? Where's the garrison? Whatever. I can kill this asshole. When Age of Sigmar came out, did Games Workshop stop making Tomb Kings models altogether? They stopped making a lot of models, yes. But Tomb Kings... Whew, Tomb Kings were one of the armies that were discontinued, along with Bretonia. Are they going to change Slann tech trees in the next patch? No? What do you mean Slann? You mean the... What do you mean Slann tech tree? You mean the Lizardman tech tree? No. It gets updated with like some of the new units and stuff, but no. They're not like completely changing it. They're just adding... It's a good tech tree. There's nothing wrong with it. Oh shit, I got kind of some annoying things here. It's gonna be hard to get good effectiveness out of this unit. Well, good thing you're a strong wizard, because I don't know why I have no garrison here. It's very strange. Alright, can we overpower these guys? Shooting?
Orders understood.
Hopefully.
The merciless host.
Let's get behind them.
Death is coming. Forward. Kill them.
They have a harder time turning around than I do.
Dark elves. Blood for
Teehee.
Cain. Urathan.
Shoot, damn it. God damn. These guys need to have way more ammo, in my opinion. I hate how little ammo they have. Alright, we're distracting one of the wolf units. That's good.
Dealers in death.
Alright, okay, I think we got him to the point where we can just stand there and shoot at him. Alright, this is going to be a little nightmarish. Let's go ahead and summon a Manticore to deal with some of this garbage. Fetch. flat ground? Yeah, I am. Okay, I'm gonna dive the Lord, I guess. Come on, infantry, attack me. Come and get it. Good. Good boy.
Dark elves.
Kill the Lord.
Supreme sorceress.
Oh shit, fire! Oof. This is gonna be a little rough.
Destruction.
Oh my god, stop knocking me over! Turn off skirmish mode, idiots.
Terror and death.
I don't. Where is my garrison? Get your asses over here. Okay, I'm gonna have to reload the turn. Because I don't understand where my garrison went. I didn't tell the unit to leave. She should just be sitting in her settlement, right? Let me reload the last turn. No, she was in the settlement. Hold on. I need to take a look at this because this looks like a bug. Well, yeah, Dakamore, they've been, like, releasing a lot of the old fantasy models as little things.
Supreme sorceress of Grog.
Oh, right. Okay, now I remember what happened. Okay. Okay, so it's taking, like, literally 6,000 years to repair this settlement.
Mother of the
So there is no garrison.
Be ready.
Well, that's a bummer.
Stand aside.
Alright. So she needs a bigger army. Is the long and short of that. That's fucking annoying. Alright. You know what? I can send her to go deal with the ritual armies, and I'll use my, I'll use Malekith to wipe out the other stupid shit. Were lizardmen the first intelligent race? No, no, no.
You think you can lead the
The dragons were incredibly intelligent. So were the dragon ogres, the Famir, there was a race of insectoid creatures. The only one we know of being called the Sleeper from Gotrek and Felix. Who else is primordial and really smart? The serpent people of Koresh. How old were the old ones? We have no idea. They are older than the Warhammer Fantasy universe could fathom. That's like the only. They were ancient, but we don't really know that much. I can't assault the garrison. Is there no garrison? Oh no, my chances are just non-existent because I assassinated the character last turn.
Yes.
That's right.
I approve.
All right.
Your king has arrived.
Okay, time to fix my army up a little bit. Let's get rid of all this.
Which king?
Give me some of this. Anything else that's interesting? Oh, yeah, big boys. What do I want to exchange for big boys? Let's drop the harpies. Oh, my bolt thrower died. Bummer. Let's get a Hydra. And then let's drop the Dark Riders.
Lord of the Black Tower.
Get a Charybdis. And a Bolt Thrower. And a Feral Manticore. That'll be good.
Unparalleled power.
Swell.
Hearted dread.
Is it true that Fimir's Yes. So do Beastmen and Norskins and Warriors of Chaos and Dark Elves. There's a lot of not good going on in Warhammer Fantasy. Remember, it's a dark fantasy universe, so a lot of the unpleasantness of real life takes place. The Fimir were a little more notorious for it, though.
Who seeks the counsel of the Witch King?
What? Don't I already have trade with you, weirdos? Wasn't there some speculation that the old ones were surviving Slaanesh for the previous world? No. The old ones of Warhammer Fantasy were quite different to the old ones, or from the Slaanesh. So that is a popular fan theory. What? Why does that? Okay, that was weird that it's like, you're Admiral, and then it's like, oh wait, just kidding, it's a sorceress. Though, you should go join the Admiral. You would be a useful asset.
Tyrant of Nagaroth.
To me.
An absurd suggestion.
What do I want to strip down? We can lose the Dread Spear.
Dreadlord of Nagaroth.
And get that.
A vile plan.
Okay, they have arrived at Haggrave.
The portents are good.
So have you. Oh my gosh. All this shit that I have to get. What's going to give me the most money? Well, that's a lot of money. And then here, I need to build the Black Tower. Which is going to be pretty important. But it's expensive. That just gives me a dragon. Don't really need that at the moment. Oh, that gives me executioners. That gives me more research. Well, let's grab the executioners. But anyway, as I was saying, the thing about the old ones, the original old ones, was that they were, most of them had the appearance of like these, and I think I was literally talking to, I don't remember who I was talking to. I think I was talking to Dogbert or somebody who like, or Italian Spartacus or somebody, like somebody who knows enough about the lore that they like feel comfortable discussing it with people, but they don't know enough about the lore that a lot of the stuff they think is true is not. So like one thing that's really popular is that a lot of people confuse the old ones from Warhammer 40,000 with the old ones from Fantasy, because in 40k they are literally the Slaanesh. The old ones are literally a bunch of toad creatures that ascend into like a spiritual form when they become the old ones. But they're literally the Slaanesh. As opposed to in Fantasy, the person I was talking to was like, oh, they're you know, they were just the Slaanesh, stupid shit. What the old ones were in Warhammer Fantasy were, they were super weird. Most of them, all of them were very unique in appearance, almost like they could choose their appearance. And that's why they're described as they're understood to be godlike by the Lizardmen, is that a lot of them, their forms were very bizarre or like hybrid. So like we know that there was one old one who had like the body of a man, but he had like the head of a tiger and some other weird features. But most of the Slaanesh had really bizarre physical appearances. Like not in like a chaos god sense, in that they were like incomprehensible, but in like a
slaughter awaits.
in like a they were all very unique, and
Anchors away.
Games Workshop designed them to look like the Aztec gods, or the South American gods, who, if you go look at, were all pretty freaky looking, in their own ways. Like, none of them were normal. They were all pretty wild.
Enchantress.
And no, I will let him come in here. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Is it possible to close the warp gates at the north and south poles and get rid of chaos? Yes, but it would take a unholy amount of effort. Was it Krokar or Nakai who went to Albion? They both appeared in Albion. If you're talking about the city of Conquata, then that was Krokar. Drago's cameo was actually retconned. World Jumper, that's not a great use of the word retcon. It wasn't retconned. It was just a warrior appeared who, from his description, seemed to be Caldor Drago based on it, like the only thing we knew that behaved like him. A big man wearing crazy amounts of armor who was like seemingly impossible to kill. So everybody thought it was Drago, but then it was revealed in Age of Sigmar that he was one of the Stormcast Eternals. But it wasn't a retcon. That's who he was planned to be from the first time they wrote it. Do the Lizardmen have a navy? No, Lizardmen do not. Oh, this is not a great setup. It could be a yellow 3. Let's see. So this can't be a 1. So and this can't be a 1. So this has to be a 1. So this is 1, 2. This can't be 3. So it has to be a 3. But it could be yellow, blue, or red. This can't be red. This can't be red. Either of these could be red. Can't be purple. Yellow, yellow. Could be any of these. There's no blues at all, so I can't even fucking tell if it's going to be blue or not. Well, this has to be red, so this has to be blue. Wait, no. No, this has to be blue. So if this has to be blue, then either of these could be blue. Oh, wow. There's not a lot of information here. 3 red. All right, let's go with... I'm going for a walk. Nice. Good job, sir.
Delicious.
Well done. Oh, local province? Okay. Oh, wait, no, that's... Ah, crap. Crap, the wrong one.
Unrestrained.
Chloe's up.
Lord of the Black Tower.
Okay. Do lizardmen hate dark elves? Yeah. I would say they certainly dislike them. I don't know. The only faction lizardmen really hate are Chaos. But the lizardmen very much dislike the dark elves. Do dark elves enslave lizardmen? No. Lizardmen don't make very good slaves. They're a little too unpredictable and generally really Skinks are very nimble, dexterous, and clever, and Saurus are just brutally strong. They don't make good slaves. They're very difficult to control, and I don't think the Dark Elves fully understand them enough to really use them reliably as slaves, so no. If Morothy is so powerful, why does she always seem to take a back seat and save Malekith? Morothy is a little bit more of a slow burn than Malekith is
Your
traditionally.
timing is poor, weak, and
and I mean, Morothy's strong, but she's not like infinitely powerful. You know, she can't just do whatever she wants and show up wherever she wants, like without consequence and having to worry about like potential threats or concerns. Like there are individuals that are threatening to Morothy, especially among the High Elves. But Morothy Morthy's a lot more of a schemer, and her goals are a little weird for most people to understand if you don't read the stories a lot. Especially because Morthy has some... Morthy has a relatively unhealthy obsession with Tyrion due to his extreme likeness to Anarion. Yeah, but Morthy's motives are difficult to understand, much less to predict. Which is like why Malekith does not trust her at all.
Enchantress.
Malekith really does not trust his mother.
Yes.
And and Malekith has made it pretty apparent that like if it came down to a moment where he had to like decide to save his mother or not, Malekith would gladly let his mother die. He does not like Morthy. Because Malekith views her as a threat.
Ever vengeful. Preparing to march.
Tyrant.
Didn't Anarion have darker hair because he was from Nagaryth? No, I don't remember. I don't remember Anarion's hair color. But you also have to remember that the Anarion that Morthy fell in love with, Dacomor, is not the original Anarion, appearance-wise. Anarion's entire body was literally burned to practically ash when he threw himself into the flames of Ashurin, and he was reborn. And he changed quite a bit in appearance.
I approve of these dark deeds.
Oh yes, I would like to ride a horse. Please and thank you.
We are displeased.
There might be a physical description of Anarion in his audiobook. It's been a while since I've listened to it because it was terrible.
The world will kneel.
But yeah. Seraphon. Let's go ahead and get that magic resist. Assassin, I have no money for you, but you killed someone last turn, so just keep up with that guy and harass him.
The people are displeased.
Well, the people can suck it. I thought the flame just healed him after literally burning him alive. He changed a bit. But apparently Tyrion is literally the spitting image of Anarion. Like, they look the exact same. To the point that, like, there have been moments where Morthy has not been able to tell the difference between the two of them. Granted, those were not her most lucid moments, but when you're like 10,000, or when you're as old as Morthy is, I think it's forgivable to have moments.
Speak.
It's like when you're in deep with the dark gods and your oldest sin, it can be understandable that it's a little hard to be with it, not, you know, all the time. Alright.
People grow restless.
Lord of the Black Tower.
Is Tyrion descend? Yeah, Tyrion is descended from Astariel. Yeah, one of the Everqueens. Tyrion and Morthy are not related. They are like, she would be his step infinite grandmother, but they have no blood relation. Malekith is related to Tyrion, but he's half. Malekith is considered Tyrion's. They consider each other cousins. It could be argued that he's an uncle, and it could also be argued that he is a. You could argue cousin or uncle. Both are not technically incorrect. I believe Tyrion's descended from Marillion, not from Yvraine. Because otherwise, there would have been a lot more dialogue about how he would have also been descended from the Phoenix King. He would have probably been descended from Belshazzar.
Battle ready.
But Tyrion is from the not Everqueen side of the family.
Dark elves. Dread spears. Dark shards. Merciless warriors.
We've got a pretty nice garrison here.
Dealers in death. Corsairs. Nagarothi.
We can mess up this lord down here pretty good. Oh, he's a death lord though. That sucks. That means he has spirit leech. Oh, I could go destroy the hell cannons though. That'll work.
Supreme sorceress.
But I can summon a manticore to kill him. That should be easy. Okay. We good? We're good.
Mistress of whispers. Beyond compare.
Focus the hell cannons.
Dark
Keep going.
crossbows. Corsairs. Cold-blooded killers.
That'll do it.
Urathan. Battle ready.
Alright, good job.
Onward. Forward. Carnage
Fall
awaits.
back. Marauders. Did a little damage. And it's raining hell out here. Good, good, good. I'll let them handle it. Alright, what do we got? Okay, let's rain. Let's lay a little fire. Down, and again. Wow, that's a 10-second cast. Or no, 5-second cast. Yeah, okay, so that roughly takes 10 seconds to hit the ground. Grand. And then this we will use on a character. Boop.
Supreme sorceress! Come to me!
Everything's looking over here. Moderate.
The merciless host.
Shoot them.
Dark Rider crossbows.
Actually, let's fly out and shoot people.
Drakira.
It was dubious aim, but I'll allow it.
Corsairs.
With dark purpose!
I'm mowing people down nicely. Good, good, good. Should I have a fried egg or omelet for breakfast? I would go with omelet.
Supreme sorceress! Do my bidding!
Wait for it. No.
Supreme sorceress! I summon thee! Limitless power!
Druki. Going. No survivors. Urathen.
Oh. Get inside, please. Coming into my house? I do not think so.
The merciless host.
Have some fire.
Pull back.
Lovely. Where's that annoying metal wizard?
Dark shards.
Dark shards, fall back.
Onward. Druki, forward. Bloody
Kill them.
Murder. Dark
Stand
Rider
there, you
crossbows.
dinguses.
Dark shards. Eager for battle. Massacre
Turn.
them.
Turn and shoot. Ooh, I regret putting that there. Oh well. Harpies to me. Decent hit.
Dark shards.
Alright, that'll clean up nicely. Ugh. Ah, I'm back. Oh, the hell cannons. Yeah, whatever. Just kill them all.
merciless warriors.
Good boys.
Battle calls. Onwards to murder. Orders understood.
Kill them all.
At once. As you say. Understood. Dark shards.
Okay, don't take anything Izzy's saying right now. I do not endorse anything Izzy is saying right now. For the record. The elves are fading. The wood elves do have a bit of a contract with Athel Loren that allows them to remain constant. But the dark elves and the high elves are both fading races. The elves' time in the world is vaguely coming to an end, and that's why to the elves numbers really, really matter. Take literally everything Izzy says with a grain of salt.
Foul sorceries. Summoning destruction.
Oh, that was a good one.
Dread spears. Onward.
I will.
Sotek also believes that Elspeth von Draken is the best. That is not correct.
Sorceress.
But hey, if we're just going to misquote Sotek, then might as well, right? Why are the elves fading?
Sorceress.
It's not explicitly stated by Games Workshop, but it seems that for whatever reason,
Dark power.
well, I know for the dwarves this is true, but for the elves it also seems to be true. They have, they seem, for whatever reason, they have very, very, very long pregnancy cycles. And the elves also tend to really struggle when it comes to just procreation in general. The dark elves have a culture that is definitely more aggressive when it comes to procreation, but they still suffer from all of the same issues as the they still suffer from the very bizarre issues that all of the elves suffer from, in that for whatever reason it just takes them a very, very, very long time to have kids. I mean, the only dwarven birth we're walked through is the birth of Belagar Ironhammer's son, Thorgrim. And he took... Oh gosh, how long did he take to be born? It was... Humans on average can pop out a baby in 9 months. The Dawi, on the other hand, take roughly... I think it's 16 months to have a kid. And the elves are even longer. But Games Workshop never really went into the details of it because Games Workshop just didn't want to deal with it. That's the real reason, to be quite frank. Is that Games Workshop was not really interested in exploring a lot of like the nitty-gritty details of their own mythos when it came to like building world building. If it wasn't something that was explicitly needed for the tabletop, they just didn't bother most of the time. How tall are dwarven children? I don't know. I mean, dwarven children seem to be very similar to human children. Like, they mature at relatively the same rate. They just live for hundreds of years as opposed to decades. And elves seem to follow that rule as well, where their children can be their children seem to like grow up at a very commensurate rate to humans, and seem to be like the same, and like are born relatively the same size as human babies, but probably grow taller faster because elves are generally notably taller than humans. But like I said, Games Workshop, if it's not explicitly required for the setting, they really don't like to get super involved with a lot of the details. Ooh, I like cruelty. But I also like disciplined. Let's go with disciplined.
Malicious and cruel.
I wish it would stop making Malekith noises every time I'm interacting with a hero. Alright. Don't think I need you to babysit this area anymore.
Slaughter awaits.
I think we're good now. Sotek, last question. When do you think we will get to see some early access roughly? I honestly don't know, dude. I'm sorry. I wish I could just give you like a straightforward flat answer on that, but I don't have one for you.
A vile plan.
Roughly maybe the end of this week, maybe early next week. That's the best I can give you. Please sub me 56. I don't know what that means.
The weak scream for mercy.
Chosen of Cain.
Oh, I think I know what he's... Let's just... How about you go promote your stuff somewhere else?
Very well.
And, like, not during another user's live stream. That's a good way to get yourself banned.
Malekith, King of Nagaroth. Crush the weak,
Annoying.
preparing to march.
Oh, wait, I don't want to take that yet. I got a raid. Army books are written with a lot of hyperbole. So the thing with army books that makes things a little complicated when determining canon is, so the general rule that if I could pass on to everyone would be that the best way to determine canon is not by taking a single book at its word, but rather to read all the books as best you can and compare information, kind of like you would with news. Because there's a lot of issues between the books where the authors did not relate to each other or didn't speak to each other and didn't read each other's work, and so generally there are a lot of issues that pop up sometimes. Not a lot, but a couple. Some of the books do really, really good jobs of referencing each other. But but I'm gonna use a big example here of that. The Dark Elf book in particular is a really big problem causer. The Dark Elf book was written very differently from all the other 14 army books, in that it's written in the style of 6th edition and not in the style of 8th edition, and it's Matt Ward's fault, because that's just what he does. So what happened with the Dark Elf book, explicitly, that causes a lot of arguments, is that for the Dark Elf book, you have a book that takes the narrative that we have in the Warhammer Fantasy universe and turns it on its head. So Matt Ward took a bunch of storylines that were pre-established in older books and he changed them dramatically. On top of inventing a bunch of new lore to prep for the end times, because Matt Ward wrote the High Elf book, the Wood Elf book, and the Dark Elf book. Which, the Dark Elf book and the Wood Elf book and the High Elf book, the High Elf book and the Wood Elf book were not that bad. The Wood Elf book added a ton of new lore and changed a lot of things, but it stuck vaguely to the previous Wood Elf books while not like just taking a shit on the lore that came before, like without like changing everything. And the High Elf book did relatively the same thing. It took the old High Elf canon, moved a couple things around, but didn't mess with it too much. The Dark Elf book, on the other hand, was totally different from the Dark Elf books that came before it. A lot of the stories that we had from previous editions got heavily retconned, in that, like, what happened was completely rewritten. Some of the characters and their motivations were very heavily rewritten. We had new characters added, like Malekith got a wife, who was killed off as quickly as she was introduced. So Malekith had a wife pop out of nowhere. Morathi's motivations changed significantly because a bunch of new gods were introduced. So Hakardi, Athardi, the High Elves, or the Elves, had a concept of underworld gods and like heavenly gods before Matt Ward came along. But Matt Ward came in and he looked at the two sides and he said, okay, I think there should be as many underworld gods as there are heaven gods. And hold on, let's watch a movie.
Cast, and magic bound within the scrolls of Hecate was unleashed, lighting the dark skies of Nagaroth. The sorceress Felicion was joined by a murderer, one that hunted in the shadows. They looked upon the island across Poison Shore and waited. Approaching the island was all but impossible. Yet the ritual gave the sorceress ingress. Felicion bargained with the Oracle. In exchange for her freedom, the Medusa bade the sorceress to look in the mirror. At the heart of hated Althwan, the vortex was vulnerable. If the Witch King wished to step into the maelstrom and bathe in its power, then his body would need to be ready. A drink from a cursed goblet was required, filled with the life force of 5 victims.
Is that a Skaven face on the front of that goblet?
Reveal the prey that the sorceress and her assassin must hunt. An irony that the Oracle was blind to her own fate. Four more rituals, 4 more sacrifices needed to fill the goblet. Then the Witch King may drink and be ready to enter the vortex. More of Hecate's scrolls must be found.
Cool. Anyway, as I was saying, so he came in. So Matt Ward came in and he introduced a bunch of new gods, and by doing this, it took the Dark Elf narrative and it really like threw a stone at it. Because for the Wood Elves and the High Elves, adding in Hakardi, the goddess of magic, Athardi, the goddess of pleasure, Hukon, the god of sundering, a bunch of just like evil gods, didn't really change their narrative a lot because those gods didn't interact with them. The Wood Elves kind of had like the forest spirit narrative, and they were big with Karnos and Aisha. And then for the High Elves, they had all the good guy gods, so they didn't give a shit. So what Matt Ward then did that really made things messy was that he took these new gods and he made them incredibly important, and therefore tied a lot of characters' designs to them. So that's how we get he just kind of took the lore and went "Ugh," and shook it up. So we got things like Morothy. That's when Morothy developed her infatuation with Tyrion. She didn't have that in older lore. Matt Ward also took the Cult of Pleasure and really messed with it, because the Cult of Pleasure had a long established narrative with Morothy having a really interesting relationship with Slaanesh, where Morothy was trying to manipulate Slaanesh to her own ends, and Slaanesh was trying to manipulate her to his own ends. And it was this really weird power struggle. And Matt Ward, for the end times, needed the Dark Elves to side with order, not with destruction. So he had to go in and completely change the Dark Elves' relationship with Slaanesh. And this was to set up for the end times and Age of Sigmar. Because the Dark Elves needed to side with the good guys. If you go look in the Storm of Chaos, Malekith sides with the bad guys during the Storm of Chaos. He sides with Archaon and Slaanesh. So Malekith invades Ulthuan during the original end times and throws in his lot with Archaon, so he gets a big Chaos army to help him out. Meanwhile, Morothy finalizes her deal with Slaanesh and is able to summon Nakari and like a fuckload of new demons, and we got the true Cult of Pleasure, the Cult of Slaanesh, who attacked Lustria, and their goal was to kidnap a bunch of Slann and do a bunch of other stuff. And that was the original storyline of Warhammer Fantasy and the Dark Elves narrative. But Matt needed to change that so that the Dark Elves were going to side with order, not destruction. And that's because going into the end times, there was not a concept of order in the sense of anti-chaos. There was just order and destruction. Those were your two, like, factions. And the Dark Elves was... Izzy, you're getting pretty close to getting banned, dude. Don't just... How do I say this without coming off bad? Or in a way that I don't want to. I am... Here's the thing. It is good to be a fan of a race and to have an army book that you like. But okay, Izzy, okay, I'm just gonna come out. The Dark Elf book is a bad book. The Dark Elf army book is a book that states a lot of things to just fuck with the lore, and it's super messy, changes a lot of stories, and it fucks up the canon of a lot of other army books. It changes the High Elf canon, it changes the Wood Elf canon, it changes the Empire canon, it changes the Lizardman canon. It's a really stupid book. And it takes all of the older Dark Elf canon and also just rips it in half. There are a lot of things that, like, we can openly acknowledge that, like, you know, it's just different. Like, for instance, that Morothy is not a Slaanesh cultist. That is a fact of 8th edition. She is a cultist of authority. Well, she's not really a cultist of authority. She's more involved with Hikari. Even it's complicated. But the Cult of Pleasure has a relationship with Slaanesh, but it's not explicitly a Slaanesh cult. It just has a relationship with it. And that's why, like, in Total War Warhammer, the Cult of Pleasure has a Slaanesh theme, which is why it has Chaos Corruption. But it is... and that's what they're calling back to with it, but she's not so explicitly Slaanesh in this, in that story and in this game, that she has, like, access to Chaos units. But they, like, in Total War Warhammer, they're keeping the connection alive, and that's because that's just the way it's always been. The other thing... Well, oh, hold on a second. I'm getting... One sec, chat. I'm getting messages from a friend. But anyway, here's where I'm gonna end this conversation. Here's where I'm gonna end this conversation. Is I'm gonna say this one time, of that when it comes to the Discord, when it comes to this YouTube channel, I am going to say the Dark Elf 8th Edition Army book is not a good book. It has a lot of inconsistencies, and it changes the lore in a lot of really inappropriate ways, and it retells a lot of stories in damaging ways to characters from other books. I would advise to most people that when you read an army book, you can consider most of the information canon, though it's good to read the other ones just to get a full narrative. But the Dark Elf book intentionally just spits in the face of a lot of other books, and it's just bad. And so if someone comes to me and they ask, is Morathi a Slaanesh cultist, I would say she is not explicitly a Slaanesh cultist, but she has made pacts with Slaanesh, she has a relationship with Slaanesh, and it's not wrong for someone to design a faction where she has a lot to do with Slaanesh, because Morathi is happy to work with Slaanesh in Warhammer Fantasy. She was captured by a Slaanesh cult, and that's the first time we ever meet her character, is when she's already been in the clutches of Slaanesh for a while, and Anarian saves her. And after Anarian saves her, her influence on him causes him to kind of go bad in a lot of really ugly ways. Granted, the significant portion of that had to do with the Sword of Cain as well, but Morathi's influence on Anarian and the High Elves in general was really, really bad. But if I'm talking a lot about the lore for a lot of people, I'm not going to entertain a fanboy who's going to come on here and just bitch constantly. If you want to have a one-on-one chat about various things that I have, or you want to have certain arguments about certain things, that's fine. But a public place isn't the place to do that. So Izzy specifically, this is to you from me, starting up arguments about your fan theories or your personal enjoyment, or throwing out a sentence from the Dark Elf book and being this is it, it can't be argued. That's not how this works. It's not. Canon can't be explicitly taking a book, and an 8th edition book even, and pulling it out and pointing at a sentence and saying, it says right here I'm right. That's not how it works. You have to take the entire world into context. Otherwise, we have a Dark Elf book that, just like what it says, Dark Elves went to the Empire, tricked Karl Franz into thinking they were High Elves, and then backstabbed him, and Karl Franz lost a battle. That did not happen. Didn't happen. That's not canon. So if you say again, one more time in chat, I swear to God that, I'm right because Dark Elf book, I will ban you so fast your head will be spinning. Because it's fanboy fanaticism. And A, you're distracting me from the rest of chat. And B, it's just toxic. And it's annoying. So you can choose to drop the subject and allow me to answer questions from chat and keep your own personal shit out of it. Or you can take another step and I will put you down like a rabid dog. Your decision. I apologize to everyone else that had to witness that. I'm sorry. Anyway.
Acheron will hear your word.
And gone. All right. Peace has returned. Yeah, Tristan, I could do that, no problem. No. Heisel, don't misunderstand Izzy as loving Dark Elves more than anybody. That's incorrect. He loves his version of Dark Elves more than anybody. There is a huge, huge difference between those two. That is not an appropriate... That's not fan. That's not being a fan. That's being... I don't even know the right word for it. But that's not something I would want any community to have. Is someone who thinks, I'm right, everyone else is wrong, and I will die on this hill fighting everybody in, like, really insulting ways and just inserting my opinion endlessly. Like, don't... Be better. Be better. Can you ignore everything, Izzy? Absolutely.
Supreme sorceress of Grant. Who seeks me? Behold, true power.
Could Morothy be considered the first really evil elf? Morothy could be considered the first elf that... It depends on your definition of evil. I don't think she's, like, the first one to do bad things, but Morothy is the first one to have a fully open relationship with chaos. So in that sense, yes, she is the first evil elf. But she is not the first evil elf in that she's like the first one to do something like murder or any of those other things. There have been bad elves. They have free will. They're not like, you know, even among high elves aren't saints. They make mistakes and fight each other and yada yada yada.
Carnage awaits.
I apologize y'all had to see that. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that publicly. That was a long time in coming. She organized the evil parts of High Elf Society from what I've gathered thus far. Well, she organized the Cult of Pleasure, which is a significantly evil part of Elven society. But she did not... she wasn't responsible for, like, the Cult of Cain, or the Cult of Anathrema, or any of the other Dark Elf gods, who also have extremely sinister connotations and evil. Yeah. Do I play Vermintide? Yeah, I do. Not as much as I should, but I do play it quite a bit. Why does Harkon wear an eye patch? I don't know. I think that was just an artistic design by CA. There's not a lore reason for him to... he has 2 eyes in the end times, so... Either he wears it because he thinks he looks cool, or CA just was like, that looks piratey. Are Dark Elves really that evil? Yeah, I would say objectively they're pretty evil. I mean, we're talking about a race that does like mind-boggling amounts of slavery. Let's see, they do slavery, rape, they burn and pillage their way across every single land that has access to the ocean. They make deals with dark gods and demons. Their primary gods of worship are the god of murder and the goddess of pleasure, and not in a good way pleasure, purely like excessive pleasure that gets way out of hand. Yeah, they're pretty evil.
The Witch King is victorious.
Well, slavery was a big part of human history too. Yeah, and it was evil.
I am the Witch King.
Slavery is objectively evil. Like, yes, it did happen in history. That is true. It does not make it less evil. Like, it's not how this works.
No rest. Sorceress of the dark.
And if you think otherwise, oh boy. You thought Izzy got banned fast? No. I will show you banned fast.
Speak.
Slavery is bad, kids.
My cruelty
It's not good.
has no limits.
Especially the way the Dark Elves treat their slaves. They didn't even use slaves like they were just like, you know, workers. They use slaves to torture for fun. Ugh. Yeah, it didn't mean it's not our human better. We are now. Some of us. Most of us. But I mean, Dark Elves will literally do things where they will take a slave to the,
You think you can lead
to, like, please gods of pain and murder and anger and hatred and slavery or pleasure. And they will take a slave and they will flense them alive. Which, for those unaware, to flense someone means that you take a knife and you strip off all of somebody's flesh or their skin by taking knives and putting it under them and, like, peeling all of their flesh off of them while they are alive and thinking and feeling. Dark Elves do that a ton. That is like a Dark Elf activity. That they do to amounts that would blow your mind. So yes, I would say that the Dark Elves are explicitly evil. They are not misunderstood. They are not, like, bad people because of circumstances. They are evil. They are an evil faction, an evil race. And they are part of one of the things that makes, Warhammer grimdark. To me, that's like someone asking if demons are evil. You know, it's like they only devour your soul and torture it for eternity in every possible way or thing they can think of. Heizo, so I'm pretty fucked for loving their lore and roster so much? I don't think so. I don't think it's bad to love the bad guys. Even if they are really, really horrible. There are a lot of people who revel in anti-heroes or just villains. You know, a lot of people love the Joker, and the Joker does fucking terrible shit. But, you know, they're not real, is the important part. As long as you don't hold the same values as a person, like, if you look at the Dark Elves and you're like, man, I wish I could do that in real life, then you might need to see a psychiatrist or a counselor or a psychologist. But outside of that, no, I don't think it's bad to think the bad guys are cool because they're evil. Like, I love the Dark Elves. I don't want to, like, because I had that whole argument with Izzy, it might appear that I, like, fucking hate the Dark Elves. No, I actually love the Dark Elves. I think their lore is awesome. Like, I read it, I study it for a job and a living. But that does not mean that I don't... But if someone objectively asks me, like, are Dark Elves bad? Well, yeah, of course they're bad. Chaos is bad. The Lizardmen do terrible things. You know, the Lizardmen do, like, god-awful... Oh, I need to do, like, raid stance to get to where I'm going. Like, there are very few good guys in Warhammer Fantasy. A lot of them, but from a pure moralistic standard, are terrible. But I don't like to really look at the Warhammer world in the sense of morals, because that kind of takes all the fun out of it. If that makes sense. Like, I don't want anyone on this stream to be, like, scared that I'm gonna, like, ban you or, like, rip your guts out because you're like, I think Chaos is awesome, even though they do, like, god-awful things. No, that's fucking fine. I don't care. It's just if you... Yeah, like, there's... I hope you understand the difference there. Because there is a difference. It just might not be, painfully obvious. Let's go strong.
A black-hearted rogue.
Okay. Gojira. Yeah. Yeah, as long as the bad guys are fictional. And that's the thing. Like, if somebody shows up and they're like, man, Hitler was such a great guy, yada yada yada, then yeah, I'm gonna have a problem with that. But the thing is, none of these people are real. None of these creatures are real. None of the things they're hurting or doing are real. So that's what makes it enjoyable. Is that it's all fantasy. It's all fiction. It's just stories. Hey Sotek, great job on the cast. They ever chosen? My question is, do Sora / No, John Bull, they come out of the spawning pool fully formed. Yeah. Lizardmen do not have any other phase other than adult. Yeah, Tristan, that is sad. The Lizardmen never do anything maliciously. For the most part. Tenant Juan introduced the concept of, like, maliciousness, but only against the Skaven, and the Skaven totally deserve it. Do I play Dark Elves on tabletop? I've played Dark Elves, and I had Dark Elf units, but they were not my main, no. I played Dark Elves very rarely because Dark Elves were an extremely strong army, so it did not feel very fun to play them, because they were really, really good. I got a lot more pleasure from playing the factions that were, like, underpowered, rather than the ones that were overpowered, and Dark Elves were definitely very, very good. Matt Ward was very infamous for designing overpowered factions and
Master of cruelty.
overpowered factions and really annoying lore. Like I will say Matt Ward did not deserve death threats because he's literally writing books of a fantasy universe, so it is absolutely 100% not acceptable to send him death threats, which happened. That literally happened for some reason. But he does definitely deserve criticism for his book writing, because I think he is not a good author, and I think he's not a good... I do not think he writes good books, and that I think the rules in his books are bad, and I think the lore in his books are bad. The only time he wrote a lore book that I really, really, really liked was the Demons of Chaos 7th edition book. I actually genuinely enjoyed. But, even though the lore it told was a little wild. Why can I not move? Oh, because I'm in the wrong stance. Okay. Oh, there's a storm going on. That's why I'm taking damage. Oh, we need to get out of here. Oh, no.
Plotting a course. With haste, the ocean awaits.
Do I want a Total War game for Lord of the Rings? Yeah, I think that'd be awesome. After they're done with Warhammer. So long as it doesn't infringe upon my Warhammer, that's fine. But you definitely don't want two fantasy series going at the same time. Yeah, Matt Ward deserves to be, like, hated as far as, like, being an author is concerned. Yeah, but nobody should threaten him. People took it way too far. What would be the lore reason behind Malekith getting XP to other lords? Malekith is directly tied to the success and survivability of the Dark Elves. If Malekith were to die, I honestly 100% believe that Dark Elf society would completely and utterly collapse in on itself. And they would be, like, wiped out rather effortlessly by other forces. It is literally only because of Malekith's brutality and skill that they survive. And Malekith is very, very big into sharing his success with other lords in his armies and, like, doing everything in his power to make them as ruthless and powerful as can be. So it makes sense that by him becoming more powerful, they become more powerful. If that makes sense. Alright, and we need to get this place really under control, and we do not want any slaves here. Because I can't even build garrisons here. But thankfully, Chaos Corruption counts as suitable climate, or Chaos Terrain, whatever you want to call it, counts as suitable. Lizardmen feel like the closest thing to morally righteous / uncorrupted. I would say the Lizardmen are uncorrupted. Morally righteous, sort of. They have a kind of bizarre fit. They're not good. They are orderly, but they're not good. They're the good guys if you care about the planet from, like, a uncorrupted sense. Like, in our world, they would be, like, they're kind of the equivalent to people who are environmentalists and only care about the planet and nothing else and would be willing to, like, murder anyone who got in their way. That's the kind of good that they are. If I had to make a pact with the Chaos God, which one would I choose? Major Kong asks. Nurgle, easily. Nurgle can give you immortal life. And the ability to not feel pain or anxiety or depression. Yeah, I'm going with Nurgle. Matt Ward also wrote the Vermintide stuff. That's fair. He definitely did a good job there.
Unrestrained. Cease your provocations. For gain!
The man needs army books. Woof. But, like, the High Elf 8th edition book was fine. The Wood Elf 8th edition book was fine. So. I just don't know what happened with the Dark Elf book. The Dark Elf book is just weird. Compared to the other ones. When is the stream? Let's see. If they're doing it 3 p.m. British Standard Time, it's going to take place at 9. So in about 6 hours. In about 6 hours, they're going to be revealing the Lizardmen Free LC Lord. Has the Under Empire ever been invaded? Not in a meaningful way, no. No one has ever been able to, like, really invade it.
A vile
There are people who have been able to kind of invade it. Like, destroy parts of it. Like, Grimgor Ironhide invaded Hell Pit. There was Beastmen have invaded Skaven cities numerous times.
Feel my power.
With surprisingly good success, because Beastmen are nothing if not durable. Oh God, these are all so good. Cause fear, discourage aura, and that's on all my attacks. I think for this army, let's go Black Lotus. I think Black Lotus was the most popular one on tabletop as well. Hi, Jake Woo. Oh, Misha, you missed it. Boy, did you miss it. What happened to Ikit and Tenenhuan during the end times? Tenenhuan led the main defense of Lustria during the Skaven invasion. He wiped out an entire invading army of Skaven, and he also played a significant role in the the final battle for Lustria as well. He tried to stop Skrulk. He tried to stop Skrulk's army. Oh, Misha, I'm not talking about that. It's okay. The Everchosen you can always just watch footage of, right? But, hi, John Tang. How you doing, man? But, what was I talking about? Yeah, Tenenhuan wasn't able to stop Skrulk, and the reason was because Skrulk pulled out his ace in his sleeve, and he summoned one of the most powerful Vermin Lords in existence, named Vermilanx. And Vermilanx is a Vermin Lord corruptor, so he's like the Clan Pestilence version. Like, their bare skull is exposed and they're all diseased and stuff. And when Vermilanx came out, he this could be the end of my Black Arc. When Vermilanx came out, he destroyed the jungles. And without the jungles, Tenenhuan couldn't do ambush warfare anymore. So he made a last stand on a temple and fought the Skaven, and he lost, but he did a ton of damage to them, and he escaped. And we don't know what happened to Tenenhuan after that. The last time we see Tenenhuan is he's basically like standing on a cliff. Or he's standing on, like, the top of the temple, like, watching the Skaven army running away to go attack the rest of Lustria, and he basically is thinking that he did everything in his power to stop them, and it's pretty much up to, Mazda Mundi at that point.
We are ready.
So we were playing Druchii today? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm just achievement hunting. And I have an achievement to win the Dark Elf campaign on Very Hard.
Corsair handbows.
I appreciate it, Matthew. In my defense, his name is for Games Workshop was literally based on a pun based on 10 and 1. And thankfully in Total War they made it a little more serious sounding by by pulling out the pronunciation into Tehenuin, but like Games Workshop designed him to be 10 and 1 or 10 and 1.
Dark shots.
Though, for Total War, you're 100% right.
Dealers in death.
But I also am not an authority on pronunciations. And if anybody ever says, like, oh, let's go to Sotek for how to pronounce something, don't do that.
Cold-blooded killers. Blood-drenched lord.
I am not
Black-hearted lord.
I am not an authority on pronunciation. I do not claim to be, and that's all I have to say on the subject. Not all skink names are puns, but most lizardmen names are puns. Or at least originated as puns. Tic-tac-toe is a pun. Mazda Mundi was kind of a pun. Croak is a pun. But, like, fun facts are stuff like the original names for a lot of the characters. Like, the original name for Tenenhuan was actually Teeny Huini. That was his original name. Krokar's original name was just Krok. That's it. Stuff like that. Okay, is there a lord leading this army? Oh, it's a Lithanar. No, it's a princess. Well, she's holding still, so she's going to eat a lightning bolt. Because I dislike her existence. Take that stupid bolt thrower out. Ah, I hate when the AI dodges stuff. Makes me mad. Hurry up and get those bolt throwers into range. Jesus. Why do I do such complex army formations? Have it. And it looks cool. Mazda Mundi is a pun? Yeah, because they, apparently there was a vague idea slash design behind it where they literally just, they purposefully did the thing of it being two car brands stick together.
Very well. We understand.
Car brands? Car manufacturers? Whatever. Type, I don't know the right word. Oh, that's a dragon. Oh, it's a sun dragon. It's not a big deal, but still. Engines of the God Assault Formation. Did y'all enjoy that that army battle or the free for all? Well, that did absolutely nothing. Toyota, Ferrari, yeah. Alright, everybody just fall back. I'm tired of eating bolt thrower damage for free. It actually did a substantial amount of health damage, so we're just gonna fall back. Handmaiden. Isn't a Lithanar leading this army? I don't see him. Y'all move up. You serious? He's able to hit me, but I can't hit him. That's not upsetting at all. Hold still.
Masterless warriors, kill them. Dreadlord, exquisite.
Isn't the point of a Lithanar that you don't see him? True, but I do not believe he has stock, if memory serves. Alright, I need to go to bed in a minute. I can tell my tactics are getting goofy.
Tyrants of Navaroth.
On to violence!
Kill
Just
everything.
fucking clicking stuff at this point.
Corsair handbows. For the king. Taruki.
Ten!
Kill them.
Brides of Cain.
Carnage awaits. Cruel and deadly.
Sorceress of Grub. Sarothan.
Lord
The
of
Phoenix is
Fear.
dead. That's good. Let's see if we can kill the dragon.
Corsair handbows.
Retreat.
No sleep, only war.
Merciless warriors. Destroy.
Did that just cast? I feel like I casted that ages ago.
Nagarothi.
Oof, we are getting brutally slaughtered. Oh dear.
Dark sorceress.
I have definitely walked into a Lithanar's neighborhood and he is not interested. Can we get some people on these Shadow Warriors? Knock them off the line, maybe?
Merciless warriors.
Oh, please. Hurry up. Hurry up. Ugh.
Mothers of murder.
Black!
Stop dodging! It upsets me. Or are they chasing something? I said they might be chasing something. Okay, the dragon's dead. Now I've just got to fucking deal with an entire army.
Kill them. No mercy. Pull back.
Where are those dragon princes? And they're not holding still. Nothing I can do about that.
Withdraw.
Servant of Hecate. Sorceress of Grub.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a dead black arc, unfortunately. It's 3 a.m. here. Wolf. Those are two nasty armies. Wounded? I like how he's not dead, he's just wounded.
Either very brave or very...
No, I don't want a military alliance with you. I want to confederate you, but you're not interested. Who thinks the prophet should get a pet snake? He does kinda. It's just a god. Hey, Fal. I definitely streamed a lot later than I'm into tonight. It's hard when you're having fun. Oh yeah, ammo, please. Man, that sucks that we lost that Black Arc. It's gonna take forever to rebuild that.
Supreme sorceress of Grant.
My cruelty knows no limits.
Alright, we've got Bear Isle under control. Oh, nice! Killing for Kane. Good upgrade.
A black-hearted rogue.
And then let's go ahead and grab... Let's grab Manbane, since we need the assassination chance increase. Alright, we'll have to build a new Black Arc soon, unfortunately. Granted, that Black Arc did not have very good troops. That was kind of the downside, is I had them very upgraded, but I had not invested in a really high tier army. Alright, everybody. Well, I think that's where we're going to call it for tonight. So I thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a great day, and I don't think I'm going to be awake in time to comment on the Free LC Lord. So be sure to go check out Total War stream at 3 p.m. British Standard Time on their Twitch channel, because someone said in chat that's when they're going to announce it. And I'm really excited to hear y'all's reactions for the Free LC Lord. And I look forward to talking about it. So, till then, have a good night. Bye. I'll give y'all some outro music. And thanks again to everyone who donated today. I really appreciate it. Oh, and also, be sure to go check out the Fanatical link down in the description below. You can also find it on the Discord. I'll be posting it after the chat, or after the thing ends. Yeah. Thanks again for watching. See y'all next time. Bye.